In this topic, you'll learn about some of the essential tools and processes to help become a trusted partner and advisor. On the PHR exam program overview chart, we'll be addressing Functional Area 1 and covering business management, which is worth 20% of the exam. We'll be looking at HR tools and processes, the last of the 4 courses in this series, which is highlighted in red. It reviews the range of tools and processes at the disposal of HR and how to leverage them in the internal and external partnerships to deliver quality services to operate efficiently and effectively across the business. We'll take a look at the HR partnerships through the types, those with offerings to support the business, segmentation, how they're differentiated in the marketplace. Providers can be a company, consultant, agent, advisor, or independent contractor that is hired by the business to provide goods or services to meet its goals and objectives. Service. A service provider offers transactions to satisfy business needs to either internal or external customers. Internal service providers exist within a business to support organizational goals and objectives. HR and technology are both examples of internal service providers. External service providers or client service professionals are those who serve the marketplace and generate revenue for the business. System. A systems provider is a vendor that sells, leases, or rents physical goods. They may also provide the installation, maintenance, and repair service for those goods under the same contract. Solution. A solutions provider is an umbrella term for any combination of hardware, software, or consulting services or other mix of offerings that gives an end-to-end result. The business strategy sometimes requires special capabilities that are not readily available internally due to extensive market competition. Third-party contract service providers may also be competitive and bring down the total cost of operating. Here are some key third-party service providers that HR professionals use more often. Benefit broker are advisors who investigate the market to acquire competitive bids. Benefit providers, program administrators, and managers of a group plan. Training providers are companies or independent public companies on-premise or custom training. Consulting providers, companies or independent providing advisory or implementation services. Enterprise resource planning or ERP systems are designed to allow different parts of the organization to access the same data. ERP vendors are divided into 3 types called tiers, which is determined by the vendor's ability to provide economical and business needs. ERP Tier 1 vendors offer business software solution applications, implementation services, and maintenance and support services to large customers all over the world. This software is flexible and designed to address a wide range of business requirements across industry to meet changing business demands. These systems require a technology team to support the hardware and software infrastructure. ERP Tier 2. Vendors from Tier 2 provide systems for mid-market businesses designed specifically for their industry called vertical solutions that address one area of the industry. For example, automotive, healthcare, insurance, or banking. With similar functionality, these systems have a lower operating cost of ownership, which covers fees, implementation, and support. ERP Tier 3. These vendors provide similar systems for small businesses who are usually operate within the same or one country. These vendors are typically private organizations which allow frequent and faster software development. Another disadvantage for the users is closer interaction with the vendor and software development team. The simplicity of cloud computing, ERP, brings a new reality for vendors, offering more flexibility in location for both the vendors and their customers. Software deployment includes all the activities and procedures that make software available for end-user computing. These are the typical deployment categories. On-premise, This acquisition involves upfront capital costs of the software license. Having ownership allows for full customization as well as the integrations to the software. A study by Allied Market Research expects on-premise to hold market share of 57% through 2020. Software as a Service, or SaaS. This is a subscription model to a comprehensive software solution with an ongoing monthly charge. This is considered to be an operating expense versus capital costs, which can be more attractive in managing financial planning. There's an option to have the software hosted on-site or with a provider. Cloud solutions. These come with the same subscription model as SaaS. However, the server is hosted in the cloud. According to the research, the cloud-based ERP market is significantly expanding and is forecasted to grow with a compounded annual growth rate of 10% through 2020 for a market share of 40%. One of the main drivers of growth is that it allows for easier deployment and removes the need to have servers hosted locally or at the remote location. Therefore, businesses can reallocate its IT budget from server maintenance to innovating other business processes. In this video, I will share the key solutions available to improve HR operational effectiveness and efficiencies. Shared services and outsourcing are two competing trends that help businesses to get more value out of their operating efficiencies. Similarities include delegating general tasks to the teams, strategically aligned locations, and helping the businesses save on costs while increasing their profitability. Shared services. This is a platform for HR to create capacity by streamlining and automating work to build internal credibility through the execution of processes and to improve the customer experience with enablement of digital tools and tailored service delivery. Outsourcing is when the business instructs a contracting company to take responsibility and risk for the HR functions and perform these tasks on behalf of the business. In some arrangements, after a certain lock-in period, businesses can decide whether to absorb their support team or keep it co-managed. Both shared services and outsourcing offer value, and each has specific strengths and challenges. An effective decision requires objective appraisal of each approach in the context of the business needs and risk tolerance. HR shared service delivery models rely on centralized elements to achieve economies of scale, to process consistent and decentralized elements, and to ensure balance among resources, service levels, and costs. It can be deployed internally, outsourced, or as a hybrid delivery model to align to the structure based on the characteristics of the work being done. HR services are typically provided through a series of tiers which are described on the table displayed. It reflects the points of service and desired path of escalation for administrative and transactional inquiries and requests received by the employees. Starting with the left column and moving to the right. Tier 0, self-service. This level leverages multiple access points or channels such as a knowledge base, portal, email, and chat to complete basic inquiries or transactions. According to Gartner Key Performance Indicators, KPIs, 66% of HR inquiries or events should be resolved in Tier 0. Tier 1, Service Center. With widespread adoption of Tier 0, KPIs indicates only 28% of employee inquiries roll over to the Service Center or Help Desk, with a majority of those inquiries being resolved on the first call. Tier 2, HR Generalists. They handle all the requests passed by customer service representatives through an escalation process. In this model, the time that generalists spent doing administrative work associated with employee inquiries is reduced from the 70 to 80% range to as low as 5% according to the KPIs. Tier 3, Centers of Expertise, COE. COEs play a key role in the effectiveness of service delivery as they design and influence the policies and practices. Shared services delivery models are unique between businesses because of how products and services are divided among the channels, how technology is leveraged, and how each of the tiers are structured organizationally. Regardless, the goal is to allow each business to focus its limited resources on activities that support the business's goals. Outsourcing is a set of strategic practices and processes that allow businesses to focus on core competencies, scale quickly, increase efficiencies, increase competitiveness, and reduce costs by using third-party contracting companies to perform aspects of its business that typically are performed in-house. There are 3 types of outsourcing options that deal with location variations. Offshoring. The business hires a third-party contracting company to perform work in a nation other than the one in which the hiring business primarily conducts its operations. The contracting company is overseas. Nearshoring. The business hires a third-party contracting company to perform work in a country that is geographically or relatively near to the business. Onshoring. The business hires a third-party contracting company to perform work in the same nation that the hiring business primarily conducts its operations. This is also known as domestic outsourcing. Businesses of all sizes can benefit from a variety of outsourcing options available. I'll share the various forms of outsourcing in the HR space along with typical suppliers, which will appear in the last row. Professional Employer Organizations, or PEO. Many small to medium-sized employers have found the total outsourcing of co-employment arrangement valuable with the advantages of shared risk. PEOs share in the compliance aspect of the HR function. Administrative relief. PEOs bring robust technology for managing payroll processing, HR, and benefits administration to the smaller markets. Improved insurance offerings. PEOs provide access to quality insurance options not readily available, access to HR professionals. PEOs provides resources for managing day-to-day employment issues and best practices. Administrative Services Outsourcing, or ASO. Similar to PEO, the main difference is the employer remains under their own tax identification number. The ASO model seeks to eliminate or automate the transactional components of the HR administration. ASOs incorporate best-of-breed HRIS technology alongside a menu of additional HR services, including COBRA, FSA administration, unemployment management, 401k, time and attendance, and recruiting. Many ASOs offer fractional HR or project work for additional fees. ASOs provide access to high-touch HR expertise, which eliminates the need for added internal headcount while maintaining control. Human Resource Outsourcing, or HRO. This has traditionally been only available to larger organizations. However, many outsourcers are bringing this model to the mid-market. Like an ASO, an employer remains the employer of record in this type of arrangement. Typically, the focus is on takeover of the system, call center, and heavy or burdensome administrative functions. In most cases, a lift or shift occurs, transfer of the work from one area to another without any improvements. Business Process Outsourcing. The solution focuses on managing the entire HR business processes, primarily for larger organizations. BPOs manage the HR function by utilizing their own tools on behalf of the business. In a sense, BPOs become the new HR organization, and employees communicate directly with them on transactional and administrative issues. HR, strategy, and CEO functions remains with the internal organization. The HR processes are mapped for the BPO's team to execute, and opportunities for transformation can occur. BPOs can also take on other business areas such as IT, finance, and purchasing. Recruiting Process Outsourcing, RPO. The management of the recruiting function in whole or part is outsourced to drive cost, quality, efficiency, service, and scalability benefits. RPOs provide dedicated recruiters, technology, and best practice hiring processes to transform an organization's talent acquisition function. RPOs are responsible for placing people on site or staffed at their location to support the business. Each form of outsourcing is very different and has the potential to bring unique value to a business whose goal is to improve the overall efficiency of the HR function. The entire premise behind outsourcing any or all of HR is to allow an organization to spend more time on meaningful tasks that are at the core of its business. It is paramount to partner with the right provider. This relationship is critical to experience success in today's business and to be better positioned for growth in the future. In this video, I will cover the types of technologies that support effective HR data processing and analysis. HR uses a variety of software options dependent on the industry, business need, and budget to perform various business functions. They help to increase and measure productivity and to perform the business functions accurately. As a general guideline, here's how HR software options can be categorized, but also, dependent on the vendor, they can be cross-section of offerings. Manual, this refers to no use of a business software, but reliance on productivity software such as spreadsheets, databases, to track and manage key domain data. This can be used in compensation or for small payrolls. Desktop software, a freestanding program designed for single-user access on one machine. Niche software and some reporting tools falls into this category. In-house software. This is a program developed by the internal technology team to meet the needs of the specific business function and is generally not transferable to other business environments. However, in some cases, especially if software development is a business's core competency, a commercial offering may be developed. Packaged software, also called off-the-shelf software, is a standard offering sold to the marketplace. It's a collection of programs that perform similar functions or have similar features, such as an HRMS, ATS, or LMS. Unlikely to address all the business needs, some level of customization is likely to be required, and that becomes part of the implementation process. Over the years, the HR technology vendors have expanded and contracted, but the HR processes they support continue to evolve, and HR relies on them to help streamline the processes, cut costs, and improve operational efficiencies. Forrester Research organizes HR business processes and their technology solutions that support them into 6 major categories shown on this table. Let's start with the big boxes. Top left is core HR. This includes employee records, payroll, benefits, and organization structure. Top center, workforce management, consists of time worked and time off. Top right, compensation. These are the processes to manage reward programs. Moving to the big box on the lower left, recruiting and hiring, or ATS. This is adopting new sourcing strategies. Bottom center, talent management, solutions that drive performance and retention. Lower right, learning management, or LMS, systems that deliver formal and informal learning. Across the bottom is HR technologies. This is an umbrella term for the software and associated hardware for automating the HR functions presented. Moving back to the top is the HR portal, sometimes known as the employee portal. It's an online central hub where employees can access information about their workplace quickly and easily. In addition, when multiple vendors are used for the HR offerings, the portal provides a common interface and access point to all of them. What's in a name, you ask? Everything. When you want to have a level playing field across software vendors, however, vendors, analysts, sales teams use different names to mean the same thing. It can be very confusing. So let me shed some light from my experience working with a Tier 1 vendor. On the table shown, the 3 most commonly used terms to describe HR software packages are across from left to right: HRIS, HCM, and HRMS. The HRIS, Human Resource Information System, this is designed primarily to manage people, policies, and procedures within the primary specific country or region. It has 9 major categories of functionality. An HCM, or Human Capital Management System, has all 9 of those capabilities of the HRIS, with the additional suite of talent management capabilities and global functionalities to operate in multiple countries. The HRMS, the Human Resource Management System, has all the capabilities of the HRMS. HRMS, the Human Resource Management System, will have all the broadest coverages, including the HCM capabilities, along with payroll and time and labor. In addition, it may exclude some of the larger components, such as talent management or learning management systems, which are also can be sold as standalone solutions. Across the top of them is the HR portal. Most customers will access either of these options via portal, though not required. The benefit is it provides a unified front end to multiple systems as a better gateway to present the information to users. The development of new technologies have dramatically changed the way HR operates. New technology provides tremendous benefits that make HR activities much more efficient and convenient, but also creates new problems that have to be managed. Service allows both employee and manager access for managing their own personal data. Managers can also handle transactions for their employees. Messaging allows a workforce to connect and communicate for a variety of ways, both professionally and socially. Collaborations allow team members to work together from multiple places around the globe. HR portals provides an intuitive front end or gateway to systems for a common look to employees. And they also have tremendous benefits that make HR activities much more efficient and convenient. In this video, I will describe the reporting spectrum and how it provides value. A report is a communication prepared for a specific purpose with information and organized in a narrative, graphic, or tabular format. It may refer to specific periods, events, occurrences, or subjects and can be communicated or presented in oral or written format. Raw data isn't useful and doesn't help to explain why something happened until it's aggregated. A report is a tool that can be summarized and highlights the data into meaningful information that provides management the insights to take the required actions. The different types of reports used in businesses are shown here, and I'll give a brief description of each, starting with the top left and moving down. Routine. The main objectives of routine reports are to identify and resolve issues to keep operations running smoothly and efficiently. These reports are required to be prepared and submitted periodically. Informational. These reports present facts about certain activity in detail without any note or suggestions. Research. These reports are based on research work conducted by an individual or a group on any given problem. Over to the top right and moving down. Analytical. These reports contain facts, data collected procedures, classified and tabulated data, and also conclusions and interpretations. Statutory. These reports are to be presented according to requirements of a particular law or rule. Non-regulatory. These reports are administrative to support business operations. Special reports. These include a variety of ad hoc reports to share facts and details about potential suggestions. HR is capable of becoming a strategic business partner to the business by understanding the workforce data. Reporting tools are available to extract and present data in charts, tables, and other visualization for finding useful information. They can also assist in building paginated operational reports ideal for printing. Based on their level of interactivity, I'll start on the left. Static. Developers create static reports for end users. Any changes are referred back to the development team to be made. On the top right, interactive. At the click of a button, interactive reports can be navigated through the various hierarchies, and visualization elements are sorted, filtered, and viewed for specific needs. At the bottom right, self-service. The emergence of self-service analytics or ad hoc reporting capabilities have also driven the levels of interactivity even further by giving the power to create and edit reports directly to the decision makers, further empowering them to drive businesses forward while decreasing the workloads on developers. HR's shift to be more strategic and aligned with the business's goals creates a need for KPIs built on metrics, which relies on analytics. Predictive. Predictive analytics can help talent acquisition teams determine if someone will be a good cultural fit for an organization before they're hired. It could even provide estimates on how long the person will stay with the company. Prescriptive. Prescriptive analytics provides recommendations on what to do based on predictions and what would occur in the past. This analytical approach can be highly beneficial for organizations with peak busy seasons. Cognitive. Cognitive analytics trains machines to learn from experiences and to penetrate the complexity of data to identify associations. It is inspired by how the human brain processes information and draws conclusions and classifies instincts and experiences into learning. It insists in making conclusions around the specific area and in providing support for more improved decision-making process. Understanding and using insights identified by these analytics enables leaders to be productive, focused, and understanding the importance of quality as well as efficiency, and in making decisions to help address the business challenges of their organization. Reporting and analytics are not the same thing. While reporting tells you what has happened, analytics provides the insight as to why it's happening and what can be done to make it come out more favorable. On the right-hand side of the report, descriptive is a basic type of analytics you're most familiar with. It's taking historical data and summarizing it into something that is understandable. For example, a headcount report of all employees within the organization. Integrated relies on the past and aims to explain why something already happened. For example, more sophisticated rates like metric rates or time to fill. Only focusing on descriptive analytics is very reactive. On the analytics side, predictive, where descriptive analytics look backwards, predictive analytics works to look ahead. Statistical models and forecasts are used to answer the question of what could happen. Models were built on patterns that were found within the descriptive analytics. The goal is to proactively find the needs of the organization. Prescriptive analytics uses findings from descriptives look at what has happened and predictives what might happen to help determine the best course of action to choose or bypass or eliminate for future business issues. Prescriptive analytics can advise HR on how possible outcomes and what should be done to maximize key business metrics. Cognitive analytics combines a number of intelligent technologies like artificial intelligence, machine learned algorithms, and deep learning to apply human brain-like intelligence to perform certain tasks. It provides highly automated optimization solutions that get smarter over time. HR is evolving to align with the business needs and should focus on being proactive. With only 14% of companies progressing from reporting to analytics, there's still more work to be done. In this video, I will describe the different types of research techniques. Research is a process of acquiring detailed information or knowledge to determine opportunities and goals. In this context, this is an everyday job for HR professionals as we take an investigative first approach to the way we work. We'll take a look at two categories of research. Primary, this is the research of original work, meaning that the researcher has gathered it firsthand. Examples are listed with interviews and surveys being the most useful for HR. Secondary, this research is based on information that has been collected or reported by others, such as books, articles by primary researchers, industry standards, or analysis on trends in the organization. All of these are useful for HR. HR responds to organizational questions using information collected and interpreted, which is similar to the scientific method, which is a systemic approach of developing and testing new ideas. It consists of stating a proposition or theory and testing whether it's true. The distinguishing characteristics of the scientific method includes the hypothesis, which is a provisional statement describing the potential relationship between two or more variables. Constructs, a word or concept that refers to the relationship between the objects or the events. Constructs must be operationally defined to make them very specific and empirical, such as job satisfaction has been operationally defined in a variety of ways, including responses on an attitude questionnaire, survey, number of jobs or grievances submitted, turnover rates, etc. Observations. These vary in degree of control and whether extraneous factors could influence the observation. They are very carefully controlled through a variety of experiment. There are 5 steps to the scientific method. I will demonstrate using a common business problem of retention to show how these steps can be used in solving an HR problem. But first, the steps. Identify the problem. Form a hypothesis. Determine how the hypothesis is tested. Gather data to verify the hypothesis. And then draw the conclusions from the analysis. So, identify my problem. The retention rate is low. So number 2, the retention rate is lower with the campus hires could be my hypothesis. In step 3, a correlation analysis of the schools and the hire dates will confirm or not confirm my hypothesis. In step 4, for my data gathering, I can review my employee files on my school's transcripts and then correlate my date of hire and my schools for each employee. In step 5, for my conclusions and analysis, I can then determine if the correlation analysis verify or does not verify my hypothesis. The result of the analysis will either prove the hypothesis that retention is lower among the new employees, or it will disprove it. Sometimes the process of analyzing data may shed light on other factors that contribute to the problem. Data collection is an important element of the analysis process. If the proper data isn't collected, any decision based on it, regardless of the method of analysis used, won't be accurate in the decision. In concluding human resources research, 4 kinds of data may be available, which is described in the table shown with its strengths and weaknesses. For archive data, personnel records provide information for using analysis trends. For absenteeism, for example, personnel records describe how long each employee has worked for the company, as well as how often the employee may be absent from work. For observations, the hypothesis for the absent employee could be based on observations, a manager who notices several new employees were frequently absent. Interviews, asking questions and receiving feedback, provides direct information about problems. The HR department can interview someone to find out whether they're absent. This data collection method can provide more information than records, but its relevance depends on the frankness of people being interviewed and their willingness to share information. In addition, interviews are time-consuming and may not be cost-effective for that reason. Surveys. This method can be an effective means of gathering information from large groups of geographically dispersed employees, but are limited in the types of data that can be collected. Reliability is the ability of an instrument to measure consistently or repeatedly of the measure. So, for example, if you took the PHR more times, you'd receive the same score each time, or roughly around the same number. Hence, they give you 90 days before you can retest, so you have the opportunity to do something different to improve your score. That means that the test is a reliable test because you will behave and perform in the same manner. Validity is the ability of an instrument to measure what is intended to measure. So, for example, again, for the PHR exam, it doesn't test on the state law because it's not consistently applied and not everyone is from the same state. Hence, the federal law is what it tests on because it's a good measure and it's relevant regardless of where you are. Even if you do use state law because it's more generous, you would require to know what the federal law is because you would need that to make the determination that the state law is more generous. So an instrument must be reliable, but it may not always be valid. In this video, I will discuss the methods and tools for data analysis. Accurate and reliable information is critical in making business decisions as it can impact both profits and the welfare of individuals. Both HR and leaders across the business rely on their judgment and analysis of data to predict possible trends. Once data has been collected, there are two basic categories of data analysis tools. Qualitative analysis. These are the methods based on subjective use of best judgment and experience of managers or subject matter experts to guide decision making. Quantitative analysis are methods based on mathematical models and qualitative analysis to identify patterns and correlations in data. Both types of analysis have benefits and drawbacks. Therefore, relying on a single method may not provide the most comprehensive analysis. Using different methods of tools helps to minimize errors. Qualitative analysis collects attitudes, opinions, and feelings. It identifies the strengths and weaknesses, generates ideas to determine preferences. Examples are focus groups, in-depth interviews, and questionnaires. Qualitative analysis tools are subjective evaluations of general observations and information and include various types of judgmental forecasts. Tools range from simple to more complex as those shown from left to right. Managerial estimates. These tools can be as simple as an estimate made by a knowledgeable executive. For example, an experienced sales manager may be able to predict quite accurately by the end of the first month of the quarter whether the sales goal will be met. Delphi technique. This method obtains input from a group of individuals who provide their expertise in succeeding rounds of questions about an issue or problem. After each round, the result is collated, prioritized, and returned to the participants in a form of additional questions for further analysis until consensus is reached. An important factor of the Delphi technique is that participants never meet but provide their input in written form. This technique has several benefits, including the fact that it's a viable alternative when participants are geographically separated and that it encourages a wide variety of ideas that might otherwise not be considered. The nominal group technique. This technique is a structured meeting format designed to elicit participation from all members of the group in order to arrive at the best possible solution to the problem at hand. The process requires a facilitator and begins with a period of time for individuals to think about and write down all their ideas about the issue. Each participant presents one idea, which is recorded by the facilitator for later discussion. When all the ideas have been presented, the process of prioritizing and consensus building takes place until a resolution has been agreed upon. Choosing the appropriate tools for data analysis provides the HR professional with a comprehensive view of what is needed to accomplish organizational goals. Quantitative analysis collects and analyzes numerical data in a descriptive or inferential manner. It describes groups and compares results, identifies trends or commonalities. Examples are charts, graphs, statistical measures, and regression analysis. Quantitative analysis helps in evaluating performance, assessing financial instruments, and making predictions. Three techniques of measures are regression analysis, a common technique that is not only employed by businesses, but also by statisticians and economists. It involves using statistical equations to predict or estimate the impact of one variable on another. This approach establishes whether there is a positive or negative correlation between the two variables. Linear programming. This method determines how to achieve the best outcome in a mathematical model. A business can use this to help determine how to maximize profit and reduce its operating costs subject to a given set of constraints such as labor. Data mining. This is a combination of computer programming skills and statistical methods. The popularity of data mining continues to grow in parallel to the increase in the quantity and size of the available data sets. These techniques are used in evaluating very large data sets with the aim of finding patterns or correlations concealed within them. A correlation measures two variables to determine whether there is a relationship between them. An example of this was demonstrated for problem solving. A correlation coefficient is a number that describes the relationship between the two variables. A correlation that approaches -1 indicates that the variables are negatively related. For example, the higher an employee satisfaction, the lower intentions they have of leaving the organization. A correlation of 0 indicates there is no relationship between the variables. A correlation that approaches +1 indicates the variables are positively related. For example, the higher employees' satisfaction, the higher intentions to remain with the organization. The steeper the trend line, the higher the absolute number, the greater the correlation between the two variables. Statistical analysis is a mathematical method of interrogating data and looks for relationships between different sets of data that can be complex. Descriptive statistics are used to summarize data in a meaningful way so that results can be used to make decisions. Inferential statistics are used to make inferences about a large population of people when you only have a small set of data to rely on. Statistics helps quantify the confidence in our inferences or conclusions and should only be used when there's a clear understanding of the reasons for doing so. Central tendency is often referred to as the average. Using this table, several measures can be used in analyzing the data across multiple HR domains. We'll see this come up a lot when we're looking at evaluations for performances, as well as in salary and compensation. In this video, I will discuss the process to contract vendors that HR use to support organizational needs. In a contract, typically one party makes an offer to do or provide something of value, such as a product or service, and the other party agrees to do something in return, such as payment. Contracts can be formal or informal, oral or written, implied or explicit, and are legally enforceable, although written contracts provide more clarity and protection for the parties involved. With third-party contracts, some part of the transaction is provided by an entity other than those who have signed their contracts. Over the past decade, business expansions, new technologies, and cost focus have increased reliance of third-party contracting to help ease organizational pressures. This has led to importance of building stronger relationships with vendors as they play a vital role in increasing operational efficiencies, improving financial results, and customer satisfaction. Having an effective third-party contract management process will establish good practices and healthy communications. The process outlined here will be detailed on the subsequent slides. A needs assessment is a process to determine priorities, make business improvements, or allocate processes. As depicted in the cycle, starting in the top and center and moving right, it involves describing the objective, defining the current situation, conducting the gap analysis, which is the delta between the objectives and the future state. For the next step, setting the priorities. Not everything can be done, but documenting it will help to keep top of mind. On the next step, investigating and developing options, being creative, is also good in the solutioning process. On the next step, evaluating options. So leveraging business impact metrics for the analysis is a good idea. On the next step, determining budget impacts, and then recommending options, which will help to identify how success will be measured and tracked. There are 3 common types of requests in the contracting process that are often confused and used interchangeably, and they're not. Let's see if we can clear this up. Request for information, RFI. A well-created RFI will allow a business to gather easily digestible information about potential vendors and their new solutions. Most businesses don't understand the process either by poor research, badly written documentation, or ineffective follow-up, and therefore receive poor results. Request for proposal, or RFP. In many businesses, RFP processes are handled by a purchasing group or is outsourced to someone who's specializing in preparing the RFP. But it's important to understand what information is needed to develop the RFP that will satisfy both parties. A well-developed RFP serves as the basis on which the product or service is obtained and a guide to ensure the delivery meets the business's requirement and as part of the evaluation at the end of the project. Also, there's no standard RFP format in all situations, but the elements for developing one are similar. The request for a quotation, or RFQ. This is a standard business process detailing the goods or services to be required and issued to the appropriate vendors. The quotes received are evaluated, and often the lowest quote wins the contract. RFQ generally means the same thing as an invitation for bid. A good understanding of these types of requests will be beneficial for contract negotiations. The format for the RFP varies with each organization. In general, components include the company information, a brief description about the organization, including information that will help vendors provide accurate proposal, such as the number of employees and locations, project overview, an overview of the project summarizing what is needed, the proposal process, administrative details about the process, including submission deadlines and how to request an extension or the formats for submission, evaluation criteria, how the proposals will be evaluated, and the type of format. Penalties, any penalties for late delivery, or how to handle anything that's beyond the scope. The questionnaire, the RFP, which is really what the vendors are looking for to address what the requirements are. And then contact information, the name or person to contact, should additional information be required. Evaluating each vendor's response takes time, so a matrix similar to what is shown makes a good process easier to follow and focuses on the big picture. In addition, each vendor's response can be evaluated individually and in comparison with one another. This matrix is an example of a vendor selection process showing the key areas being evaluated in the first column and the range of scores the vendor can receive in each subsequent column. Each vendor is then compared, and then the top two vendors are narrowed down based on their overall ability to meet the business's requirements and culture fit. When the evaluation has been completed, notify the successful vendor along with those whose proposals were not accepted. So the steps are to assemble a team, review the proposals, attend the vendor demonstrations if that's necessary, conduct the final evaluations, and then award the final contract. So in negotiating the contract, there should be no surprise that vendor contracts are typically one-sided, so negotiating the contract is an important process to protect the interests of the business. So 3 steps to organizing the process. So in planning, understand the business requirements and what was agreed to during the sales cycle, as this will be incorporated into the contract and the statements of work and the project plans. Gather information about the prospective vendor and the people negotiating, so you'll have insights into their past experiences and the personalities. And also develop a negotiation strategy and determine the roles for your team. Conduct. Establish negotiation procedures, enforce and adhere to pre-established communications throughout the process. Negotiations work better and take less time when both teams have the decision makers participate at the table. And then lastly, document. Focus the sessions around updated statements of work and come to the agreement. Make the edits directly in the statement of work and have each team take turns owning the pen, which means exchanging it. Any pending items should be noted in the meeting notes for follow-up and resolution. This process ends with the drafted statement of work that has been touched by both parties and saves time recreating the discussions. Whether this is an ongoing outsourcing function or a one-time project, an evaluation ensures that the project continues to meet organizational needs and provides useful information for future projects. This table shows the key areas to pay attention to. Evaluation of performance. So evaluation of the management and process of the project. Cost overruns, when actual cost exceeds the budget. Hindsight, discover instances where the right decisions was not made. Evaluation of the results, determine whether the project achieved its objectives. It may take many years to completely evaluate a project, so unless the project can be based on analysis, there may be no point in evaluating the project. In this video, I will describe the project management process and tools. A project is a temporary endeavor undertaken to create a unique product or service. It is specific, timely, usually multidisciplinary, and always conflict-ridden. Here are some examples of HR projects. Talent planning and acquisition, developing a new hire socialization program, learning and development, creating a career development program, total rewards, developing an extension to health program, employee relations and engagement, developing an employee handbook. A business case defines the reasoning and the value to be delivered for undertaking a project or a task that will consume the business's resources. It is usually presented in a structured format similar to the flow depicted here. From the left to the right, the key components included are executive summary, the Cliff Notes version of the document. It's a high-level overview on a fraction of the pages. Problem definition. This can be simply a statement, but it's best articulated with some research into the economic climate and the competitive landscape to justify the timing of the project. Objectives. Identify the business issue that will be addressed by moving forward with the project or task. Possible solutions. For each solution, quantify its benefits, forecast, and analyze the costs. And identify the risk and issues associated with each option. The costs of doing nothing should also be an option. Recommend a preferred solution. Implementation plan. Include the approach, timeline, and staffing plan if required. Supporting documents. Add a detailed information cost analysis and relevance of each item not included in the main body. A good business case will instill confidence and accountability to make investment decisions by having all information collected and analyzed. Project management is a process of guiding a project from its beginning through its performance and closure. Project management differs from general management in that it has unique, specific goals and requires more detailed planning. The diagram on the left is a simplistic view of the project activities. Inputs are fed into processes which are directed by specific areas of knowledge and controlled by the tools that generate useful outputs. Every project has a life cycle as shown on the diagram on the right, with the 5 phases. Initiate, define the project and set up expectations, plan, create and plan with schedules, tasks, resources, and budgets, execute, start implementing the plan, monitoring, make sure the execution is in line with the project plan, closing, reach the project goals, and compile all the documents and reports. The project process happens between plan and execute monitor. Project managers are responsible for all elements of the project and must continuously balance schedules and resources in order to accomplish the project's objective with the time and budget guidelines. This sample project timeline or Gantt chart illustrates when each project will start, be performed, and ended. As a project progresses, the project manager must exercise control over the project by monitoring actions and results, addressing problems, and encountering and sharing information with stakeholders. Project governance is a set of structured roles and processes and accountabilities which will require collaboration across a set of widely dispersed constituents and stakeholders in order to optimize performance. It identifies the decision-making framework that is logical and robust and repeatable to govern projects. The governance model is supported by structure, roles, process, and accountabilities, which demonstrated by the pyramid structure documented by the project management team. The project management team is the nucleus of the project and is represented in the middle layer. The project governance will outline the relationships between all the members of the project team, internally and externally, as they become involved in the project. The base of the pyramid has a combination of both internal and external groups that make up the project plan. It describes the proper flow of information regarding the project to all stakeholders and ensures that the appropriate review of issues encountered with each project. On the left, the arrow shows the percentages and the direction of how resolutions are handled, and any items that cannot be resolved gets escalated to the project management team, and then 5% on average may rise to the top of the leadership level. In addition, the model ensures and requires that approvals are directed for the project obtained at each appropriate stage. Strategy is set at the top at the steering committee level and pushed down. Good project management incorporates the project frameworks and its effectiveness for the project management team. A project manager uses a variety of documents to help manage and control the project. A list of these documents are shown by each lifecycle phase. I'll call out two important documents that are very often missed or incomplete, which are the bookends. Initiate. Project charter. The document issued by upper management details the project manager's ability to staff the project. On the far right-hand side, the other bookend is the project's history with the goal towards improving the project. The report, typically written by the project manager, addresses the successes, challenges, and lessons learned. In this video, I will describe the change management process and tools. With constantly evolving business goals and strategies, change is inevitable and managing change is essential. Change management, often used as a catch-all for project activities that may otherwise be overlooked. It is therefore inevitable to understand what it is and how to use it to be effective in the discipline. Change management is a structured approach for ensuring that changes are thoroughly and smoothly implemented and for achieving lasting benefits to sustain change. There are two types of change management programs: individual change, which is the effective change management that requires an understanding for and appreciation of how one person makes a change successfully. Without an individual perspective, change management amounts to activities performed without goals or outcomes achieved. Organizational change management refers to the structured approach that facilitates the adoption of change by groups and individuals within an organization. It is important to note that organizations are not the ones to change. It's the people within the organizations that make the change. ProSci's ACDAR model describes a successful change that an individual goes through and outlines the goals or outcomes of successful change. The acronym ACDAR will be displayed on the right. A is for awareness of the need for change. D is for the desire to participate and support the change. K is for the knowledge on how to change. A is for the ability to implement the required skills and behaviors. And R is for the reinforcement to sustain the change. The model is an effective tool for planning change management activities, diagnosing gaps, developing corrective action, and supporting managers and supervisors. On the left, the diagram shows how the ProSci model integrates organizational and individual change management to ensure that achievement of business results are met. One of the cornerstone models for understanding organizational change was developed by Kurt Lewin, a physicist and social scientist. He described organizational change using the analogy of the changing shape of a block of ice thaws, transforms, and reforms. Lewin's change model is simple and easy to understand framework for managing change through the three distinct stages shown. Unfreeze starts with recognizing the need for a change and creating the motivation to change. This is a thawing of the ice. Change, moving through the change process by promoting effective communications and empowering people to embrace new ways of working. This is the transforming. Refreeze. The process ends when the organization returns to a sense of stability, which is necessary for creating the confidence to embark on the next inevitable change. This is the reforming of the block of ice. Each of the three stages also proposes specific activities that address motivation, implementation, and adherence to organizational changes. John Kotter introduced his model in his book Leading Change, suggesting that for change to be successful, 75% of a business's management needs to buy into the change, and he introduced an actionable 8-step process for implementing successful transformations. Kotter's steps are based on a solid foundation of communication, empowerment, and focus. Kotter's 8-step models, which is displayed, are based on the solid foundation of communication, empowerment, and focus. Steps 1 through 3 creates a climate for change. Steps 4 through 6 engages and enables the business to change. And steps 7 through 8 implements and sustain the change. Following the change, it's important to embed new approaches so that people do not revert back to old habits. The change approach focuses on the wider impacts of change, particularly when employees and how individual teams will change. They'll move from the current state to the future state. The change could range from a simple process to a major system implementation to achieve the organization's potential. Looking at the diagram on the left, starting with the top center, you need to prepare for the change, communicate the change, develop a plan, have executive sponsorship support, motivate direct supervisors so they can lead the teams, recruit unofficial leaders, they'll communicate the message further, implement and evaluate. Regardless of the change theory used, this approach can be applied. Here are some examples of valuable change assets. Change impact assessment. This is an iterative tool for examining the detailed impacts that will arise from the change program. Stakeholder analysis, a method to identify, group, and assess stakeholders and their impact on the change program. Change agent mobile application. This is an iterative application to use to engage audiences at all levels to sense and respond to interests, issues, attitudes, and changes that will help determine how to improve change initiatives. Communication plan. This is a formal definition of who will be given what type of information, when it will be provided, and by which channels. Change readiness assessment. This is a survey for employees at various levels to provide a snapshot of current organizational culture and behaviors to help avoid change failure. Change adoption measures. This identifies the desired outcomes and anticipated behaviors as a result of the change to ensure the linkage to the overall business objectives and goals of the program. The best method of communication is for managers to share a well-prepared change message and accompany that with supporting materials to their direct reports. This allows for a single message and consistent communications across the business. These 3 topics should be included in all messages. Current state informs the reasons of the change and the dangers of staying there. Intermediate state explains the future and the visions and its advantages. Future state communicates to build confidence. Most employees will have questions about the change process, which they may not ask directly to their supervisor or their colleagues, so it helps to include some mechanism in the communication process by which employees can ask questions anonymously or off the record. Additionally, a feedback process is important to make sure the communication process is meeting its objectives. To effectively lead change, Recognize that change itself does not need much managing as much as the employees involved. 3 key aspects are: 1. Keep employees in the loop. Communication plays a critical role in overcoming the fears and concerns stimulated by change. Employees are often concerned about the effect the change will have on them. 2. Advise on actions employees can take. Uncertainty in the workforce reduces productivity. Therefore, it is important to communicate what is changing and why. Always include any actions that employees can or should take and ways that they can get involved. 3. Be honest and truthful. Don't hide the facts. As the change process advances, 2 things will happen. Employees will have new questions and new ideas, and they will develop a better understanding of the intermediate and final states. In response, employees will have to be kept up to date on the actual future states, and their questions should be answered. To successfully manage and lead employees through any type of change, it helps to be aware of the different ways that they prefer to deal with change, and to realize the perceptions of the change styles of others are colored by the leader's perception. Over this course, we've covered a variety of areas that will provide a good baseline to provide strong stakeholder relationships and disciplined practitioners. Given the importance of data to running the HR business, we became familiar with the types of HR systems and technologies available, overviewed the reporting spectrum of tools to access data out of these systems, looked at research techniques, and explored a variety of analysis methods and tools that can be leveraged. The next step is for you to take the time to apply the techniques. Start small with a metric and then take that to analytics. If you're already there, move one step up from where you are and become that true business partner. The other areas we covered dealt with providers and contractors, where we reviewed the service providers and solutions for HR departments, learned how to effectively engage with contract vendors, walked through the project management processes and tools, and overviewed 3 change management processes and common tools. These are the tools and processes that diversify HR professionals and make them a trusted partner and advisor. These are the high dollars, high stake, or high reward game changers for the business. So when you are successful at this level in any of these activities, you earn your seat at the table. In talent planning, we'll explore assessing existing staffing against the current and future staffing needs to determine the talent plan that will achieve the business's strategic objectives. In this course, you'll learn how HR can aid in assessing the workforce and helping to find top talent with the right tools in place. On the PHR exam program overview chart, we'll be addressing Functional Area 2 and covering talent planning and acquisition, which is worth 16% of the exam. The first course in the series is talent planning, which is highlighted in red. We'll take a look at identifying avenues to attract talent. This table overviews the talent planning and acquisition processes and will serve as a quick reference to allocate the activities across the function. Each business may bundle these differently, so there is no right or wrong answer, just whatever is correct for your structure and the people supporting the work. Talent planning in the first column is primarily a strategic function that is either centralized in large businesses, managed by HR in mid-sized businesses, or may be diluted and dispersed among many managers depending on how organizational capabilities are aligned. We'll be taking a high-level approach to the strategic content and addressing the operational aspects. In describing talent planning, we'll look at its definition and activities to support the domain. Talent planning involves assessing the business's current level of talent and evaluating that against the current and future talent needs of what is necessary to achieve strategic and tactical objectives. It may include the need to hire, downsize, transfer, or train. Integrative leadership is an emerging leadership approach that promotes interactivity across levels of management to achieve strategic goals and objectives. Strategic business plans should be coordinated with the environmental scanning to ensure that the proper mix of employees with adequate skills and qualifications will be available. The budget or annual operating plan should be coordinated with the anticipated changes in the present workforce to ensure the adequate human resources will be available. While each leadership level has responsibility for different levels of organizational planning, business plans should not be made without considering the availability of human resources, and conversely, human resource plans should not be established without knowing the projected business objectives. To fulfill the various job requirements, the internal sources and external sources can be leveraged to fill current and future needs. Human resource planning, HRP, is a continuous process of systemic planning to achieve optimum use of the business's most valuable asset, quality employees. Starting at the top center of the process circle and moving right. Align staffing and business goals and objectives. This is working with the leadership to address the future staffing required for the different positions, the available internal resources and external sources to fulfill the requirements are also measured. Inventory staffing profiles. From the updated HR system, the current number of employees, their capacity, performance, and potential can be analyzed. Identify staffing gaps. Comparing staffing demands and staffing supply will provide the surplus or deficit of resources. Develop talent plan. The talent plan depends on whether there's a deficit or a surplus in the business. The plan may be finalized either for new recruitment, training, temporary staffing, or internal transfers in the case of deficits, and termination, voluntary retirement, and redeployment in the case of surpluses. Measure and evaluate progress. During the implementation of the talent plan, staff is allocated according to the requirements and inventories are updated. The plan is monitored to identify and remove deficiencies by comparing the human resource plan and its actual implementation. This ensures the appropriate action and availability of the required number of resources for various jobs. In this video, I'll be sharing techniques for HR forecasting. HR forecasting is a process that helps a business to determine how many future employees it will need to meet its strategic goals. It helps to identify which jobs will be filled and the types of skills that will be needed and the potential staffing changes. HR forecasts both short and long-term staffing needs based on projected sales, office growth, attrition, and other factors that affect the business for labor. Short-term forecasting typically predicts employment demands for 1 to 2 years. The responsibility for short-term forecasts usually falls upon the immediate supervisor and the unit managers. Budgeting. This is the most accurate method of short-term forecasting. It uses information about the actual work content based on a job analysis of the work that needs to be accomplished. These are the two approaches. Top-down, leadership determines the allocation based either on the budget distribution or allocation of employees. The bottom-up approach, managers are in control of the budget. Their needs are based on the projected business activity. Workload analysis. This is another type of short-term forecasting that identifies both the number of employees and the kind of employees required to achieve organizational goals. Workload analysis calculation helps to determine the optimal staffing requirements to execute a task. It can be used to calculate time, effort, or resources. To calculate the full-time equivalent FTE, people required, use the formula shown. The total functional workload is divided by the workload handled by one person. An FTE is a calculated number and may not represent the actual number of resources doing the work, as some resources may work fractional time to equate to an FTE. All long-term forecasts should be based on strategic business plans and will cover 2 to 10 years. Here are some long-term forecasting methods. Unit demand. This is an extension of short-term forecasting methods and requires managers to be knowledgeable about their business unit's future performance and how many people will be needed year by year to achieve business objectives. Each manager's information is aggregated to form an overall forecast by the business. Trend projections. This is based on the statistical relationship between a factor related to employment and the level of employment. For example, in many businesses, employment needs are related to the levels of sales, production, or types of services provided. If such a relationship exists, HR can use the forecast levels of sales, production, or services to determine how many employees in each job category will be needed. Probabilistic models. This method uses probabilities of the future events to estimate future employment levels via a computer simulation. It models the business environment to describe how it might look in the future depending on alternative decisions and economic conditions. The simulation can show the effects of each decision on HR as well as on business outcomes, including prices, sales, and profits. If the relationship among the variables within the model accurately describes the interactions that actually occur within the business, then the simulation can be used to examine future possible employment needs. Markov analysis. This is a simple form of probabilistic forecast showing how the movement of employees among the different job classifications can be forecasted based upon past movement. The Markov analysis can be used to forecast movement of employees from one job category to another, as well as movement that might occur among salary classes, grade levels, organizational units, or different locations. In this video, I'll be sharing the process for determining staffing requirements. The human resource planning process precedes the recruitment and selection activities and provides a foundation for staffing. Before new employees are recruited, someone needs to decide what kinds of employees are needed and how many, and these decisions need to be aligned with the organization's strategic business plan. Some of the staffing questions that are asked are how many employees are needed, what is the ideal team structure, which types of personal characteristics are needed, what are the required skills, when will the first hire be needed. Calculating the staffing need is part of the human resource planning to analyze identified staffing gaps and surpluses. The key elements and questions to be answered for the processes are demand analysis, where do we want to be and what do we need? Supply analysis, where are we now? What do we have? Then the gap analysis, what are the KSAs that currently exist? What are the KSAs that are needed in the future? And the solution analysis, what can we afford and how will we get what we need? Demand forecasting helps to determine the future staffing requirements and should be addressed with caution to avoid unnecessary surpluses or gaps. Both quantitative and qualitative techniques work well for forecasting of staffing demands and consider these factors when people are impacted. Externally, it examines labor market analysis, community attitudes, and demographic trends. Internally, it addresses the organizational and workforce impacts to see if the right skills are available. The supply analysis involves understanding the current workforce and how it is projected to change over time due to attrition and other trends. It attempts to provide an adequate supply of qualified individuals necessary for the business's financial success, looking at the factors which includes external. The pestle scan can be effective here, as well as a competitive analysis. Organizational, looking at structural, financial, and strategic objectives. And workforce, looking at separations and leaves. The internal supply forecasting is to determine the size and quality of current staff available to meet the business goals and objectives. Its precision is heavily dependent on the accuracy of turnover forecasts. Knowing how many employees are expected to leave is just as important as knowing how many new employees of positions will need to be created. This is an illustration of the internal supply forecasting, which shows how the movement of employees can be used for projections. The formula at the bottom takes into account the current staffing level plus the annual inflows minus the projected annual outflows. A gap analysis compares the studies from the supply and demand forecast to identify the staffing differences and competencies needed for the future. It helps to explore the opportunities to address organizational design challenges, internal development and mobility strategies, and external recruiting strategies. In this video, we'll explore the sources that make up the HR talent pool. Talent pool refers to the conceptual place or database of top job resources. They're made up of candidates that applied for jobs, those sourced, referrals, and those interested in joining the talent pool. They're available to satisfy immediate to long-term needs. In addition, pools can be shared across organizations. The sources for recruiting can be put into two categories: internal recruiting, finding individuals from inside the business or their referrals, and external recruiting, finding resources from outside the business. Many businesses post open positions internally to provide employees with the right skills, the opportunity to advance professionally, and enhance personal development. This is a great motivator for employees and can help to reduce turnover, lower hiring costs, and to gain a competitive market advantage. Various methods of internal sources of recruitment are as follows. Promotions. This is filling open positions by rewarding employees with the suitable higher positions, increased salary, status, and responsibility. The opportunity for promotions can help in reducing employee turnover by creating the hope of getting higher positions. Transfers. Employees are moved to similar jobs in other departments that usually does not involve a change in salary, responsibility, and position of the job. Transfers help in reducing the boredom and monotony of the work, where it may be used to fill the vacancies with suitable internal candidates. Employee referrals. Employees can share information about vacant positions to their friends and relatives. As an added incentive, employees may be incentivized with bonuses when criteria is met. Former employees. They have the inside knowledge from previous employment and can quickly adapt to a cultural fit, making them ideal candidates. Internal candidates. Employees who already work for the employer are internal applicants and should be considered for the position, making them candidates. There are many reasons why preference may be given to internal candidates, which include the benefits. It motivates and rewards good performance, demonstrates upward mobility path for the organization. It gives the opportunity to assess the abilities of candidates, improves morale and organizational loyalty, and ensures access to organizational knowledge. In addition, there are drawbacks as well. It can create narrow thinking and stale ideas, present opportunity for political infighting and pressures to compete, requires strong management and development program, and it creates a homogeneous workforce. External sources of recruitment involve motivating the skilled and more efficient applicants external to the business to apply for a vacant position. As shown on the diagram, job openings are posted by various methods such as advertisement, campus recruitment, employment exchanges, walk-in interviews, organizational websites, job fairs, job portals, just to call out a few. When recruiting external talent, the recruiting function is very similar to marketing, in that the business is promoting itself and employment opportunities to potential candidates. Adapting marketing principles to talent acquisition is a proven way to bring discipline to the process. For example, a business can be most effective in talent acquisition when identifying the potential markets and create specific messages and activities for each of them. Some of these benefits include bring in new ideas and insights, freedom to make changes without repercussions for the group, changes to the hierarchical structure not being impacted, and additions to diversity that may help achieve EEO and AAA goals. We'll discuss those later. In addition, there are drawbacks which may include unawareness of the fit within the team and the business, loss of time to adjust, destruction of incentive for team to strive for promotion, and the cost to replace short-term hires is higher and disruptive. Replacement planning is a process of identifying short-term or long-term backups so that businesses have employees who can assume responsibilities for critical positions during emergencies. These are identified as replacements and are not promised promotions, but rather they are prepared to the point where they can assume the critical position long enough for leaders to prepare the proper search for permanent replacements. This should not be confused with succession planning, which focuses on developing a pool of candidates to be considered for promotion. In this video, I will share the impact of flexible staffing on the workplace. Flexible staffing is an employment strategy or practice that can fill open positions. The typical process to hire a new employee can take upwards of 45 days, but this can be reduced to a fraction of the time when alternative recruiting sources and workers are used. The choice of arrangement depends on the function, level of supervision required, time constraints, and legal risk and liability. The major disadvantage is a higher cost for the convenience of flexible staffing. Flexible work arrangements give employees greater scheduling freedom in how they fulfill the obligations of their positions. This display identifies a variety of options to accommodate work-life balance, with the bottom row being the most used: flex time, telecommuting, and part-time work. Supporters of flexible work programs understand the challenges of balancing work duties and family life and believe these programs will make a company more attractive to current and prospective employees. However, critics share that employees being reckless with these programs can have an unfavorable impact on the business. Retirees should not be overlooked as an option, as they are already trained and have organizational knowledge and is experienced on the job requirements. Phased retirement. This includes a broad range of employment options that allows an employee who's approaching retirement age to continue working with a reduced workload and eventually transition from full-time work to full-time retirement. Retiree annuitants. This is a former participant in a public retirement system who is rehired by the same employer or by a different public employer that maintains positions under the same retirement system. They are defined by the IRS as individuals who are entitled to be drawing benefits from the retirement program while earning compensation from employers for continuing employment, whether or not they're continuing to pay into the retirement program. It may be more cost-effective in the short run to bring back a retired worker to fill in temporarily than to hire another type of temporary worker. Contingent workers are those with no intention or contractual obligations for ongoing work with the same employer. They may work for multiple employers in a variety of work arrangements, which include independent or temporary contractors, freelancers or consultants, or other outsourced or non-permanent workers who are hired on a per-contract basis. They can work on-site or remotely. The gig economy started out as a labor market made up of freelancers or part-time workers taking short-term assignments to supplement their income. This labor market is typically accessible through an online platform or app. This table shows the top 5 reasons why workers are choosing the gig economy, indicating that it will be around for many years. The gig economy is changing the way people work, providing more dynamic work environments, learning and diversifying their skill set to justify their work when it's more convenient for them. A staffing agency, also called a temporary agency, helps bridge a gap for individuals in transition or for a business that needs to supplement or replace staff, but is having difficulty finding qualified employees. An agency will have access to a variety of skilled workers available to be contracted for hire on a contract, temporary, or permanent basis. They can also be part-time or full-time engagements. In this video, we'll address structural workforce changes that impact the workplace. When a business has internal restructures, the operations, processes, or departments may change, enabling the business to become more integrated and profitable. Restructuring can be a tumultuous, painful process as the business's structure may change, adjustments may be made, and jobs may be cut. They typically fall into two categories: realignments and site reductions. Realignment is a process of changing the way or how a business operates. It can be as small as rearranging a few positions and responsibilities, or as major as repositioning a large division with different leadership. Reengineering. This aligns the operation in a way that adds values to customers. It may eliminate jobs in some areas and add jobs in other areas. 21st century engineering may also include a heavy dose of automation. This reduces costs and increases production by looking at individual units to reduce or eliminate redundancy or bureaucratic processes. It can reassign employees to new jobs or reduce the workforce. When a business exhausts internal cost-cutting measures, the next option is to make sizable reductions to shift the burden to the most efficient location or to eliminate the work. Outsourcing. This is relocating a business process from one country to another and can result in a transfer of employees to other jobs from one location to another. Employees may be offered jobs by the contracting company to help maintain operations. Workforce reduction. This is used to lower expenses for short-term improvements in net profits in order to meet previously stated earnings targeted for stock market analysts, also known as reductions in force, RIFs, downsizing, or right-sizing. In this video, I will share how business restructuring contributes to the talent planning process. Restructuring is an action taken to significantly modify the financial and operational aspects of the business, usually when facing financial pressures. It involves significantly modifying the debt operations or structure of a company as a way of limiting financial harm and improving the business. We'll look at two forms that impact employee movements: expansions and contractions. Expansion restructuring brings together the resources of two businesses under a single umbrella. They are considered synergistic because they lead to benefits of economies of scale, utilization of tax shelters, creation of vast pool of assets, and setting up more efficient management structure. This group includes mergers, acquisitions, and joint ventures. Mergers and acquisitions. This includes the purchase of companies instead of building them internally. This results in reduced labor as economies of scale allows for jobs to be combined or eliminated. Workforce expansion. This is any time the business takes on a huge influx of employees resulting from the restructure. It increases the workforce to accomplish business objectives. There's a good period of integration to assimilate the new workforce. In contraction restructuring, only some of the business assets are sold, which may be in the form of a subsidiary, plant, division, or product line. The purpose is typically to enable selling the business to run a lean, focused operation while keeping profits. The proceeds from the sale can be used to further increase the business's value. Contractions can be grouped as divestitures and equity carve-outs. Divestitures. Selling part of a business to focus on strategic areas. The options are to eliminate jobs or to transfer employees to the new operating unit. Outsourcing. Transfer solutions to be serviced by a provider. The provider may then acquire the employees. The employees will then be terminated from the business and hired by the outsourcer. In this video, I'll discuss how to successfully transition employees onto the next phase. Transition is a slow process, and it may take employees several phases to begin with the new behaviors or ways of working. A key component of managing both change and transition is communication. Establishing a transition team to manage this effort and support employees will demonstrate the employer's commitment to the process and provide an avenue for the employees to receive support. Here are a few thoughts for HR as a change agent to keep in mind. Secure leadership support to buy in. Build a change agent network. Lead by example. Act like you care. This will be an emotional time for everyone, so be extra compassionate in all your interactions. Even when change is good and essential, not many will desire or appreciate it, especially in a job setting. An organizational change action plan will help employees to trust and appreciate the new change initiative, clearly showing them what should change, why this change needs to happen, and how it's going to smoothly take place. The organizational change action plan shown here drives a holistic change management approach towards focusing on the 5 key dimensions: the 3 pillars, people, process, and technology, and the 2 horizontal integrators across the bottom are change and communication, which continuously interacts with the pillars. Understanding the impacts in each of these areas and preparing a plan of action to address them can make a significant impact on the reception of the change program and how it is sustained. A workforce integration plan is used to assess and amalgamate the organizational structures of 2 businesses to determine a singular way forward with a common set of practices. Stepping through this plan, starting in the upper left corner and moving to the right, we'll develop a workforce integration project plan. We'll then conduct an HR due diligence review. We'll compare the benefits from both organizations. We'll compare both organizations' compensation structure. Then we'll drop down to the second row and we'll move from right to left. We'll develop a compensation and benefit strategies that will be beneficial to both of the integrated workforces. We'll determine what the leadership assignments will be. Then we will eliminate any duplicate functions. Prepare employee communications. Drop into the last row and moving to the right. Merge the personnel data for both workforces into one singular system. And then develop a retention strategy for those who remain in the organization. While the majority of effort for talent planning is done at the strategy level, there are many operational tasks that must be done well for the plan to come together. To assist with workforce business changes, we looked at the techniques for HR forecasting, the various sources and tools for recruiting, the types of flexible staffing arrangements to accommodate both employer and employee needs, the impact of staffing on the structural workforce and changes, and the techniques to transition employees. While some of these are very important topics that may be dispersed through many of the HR domains or handled at the business level, HR professionals need to be aware of them when addressing staffing needs. Being an employer of choice is more than just the bookends of employer branding and the employee value proposition. It's everything in between that's the heart of talent sourcing. In this topic, we'll learn how to create a sustainable talent pipeline. On the PHR exam program overview chart, we'll be addressing Functional Area 2 and covering talent planning and acquisition, which is worth 16% of the exam. The second course in the series is Talent Sourcing, which is highlighted in red. We'll take a look at how to sustain a talent pipeline. This table overviews the talent planning and acquisition processes that will serve as a quick reference to locate activities across the function. Each business may bundle these differently, so there is no right or wrong answer, just whatever is correct for your structure and the people supporting the work. Talent sourcing is in the middle column and is often combined with recruiting. When this is the case, it's not really being done as it has its own distinct purpose. Typically, the talent sourcing is carved out as a separate domain in larger businesses or in more refined HR organizations that understand the value of the process. Though we'll start off with employer branding and employee value propositions, which are the bookends of the structure, they are actually the building blocks to ensure success. Let's find out more as we source for talent and create great experiences. From the big picture view, talent sourcing is only one aspect of talent acquisition. So we'll take a look at the process, how talent acquisition is defined, and the responsibilities of the key processes and the role of the HR professionals in this domain. Talent acquisition refers to the ongoing strategy to identify and acquire skilled workers to meet organizational needs. It is the strategic process to build a future talent pool and defines the employer brand and employee value proposition, build internal and external relationships to support recruitment strategies, and uses metrics and analytics to better make decisions and improve workforce readiness. The talent acquisition team is responsible for identifying, acquiring, assessing, and hiring candidates to fill open positions within a business. To accomplish this, the team executes these processes. Starting from the top center and moving to the right, employer branding, promoting unique employer traits, employee value proposition, sharing the unique value of working for the employer, talent sourcing, building and sustaining a pipeline of quality candidates, candidate experience, defining positive job-seeking experiences, recruiting, attracting applicants to fill vacancies with qualified candidates. Talent acquisition, talent sourcing, and recruiting are often used interchangeably, but there are fundamental differences which may account to why the industry suffers from serious talent shortages. Taking talent acquisition as the umbrella function, talent sourcing and recruiting are two components. Talent sourcing, this finds candidates and builds a pipeline to achieve long-term goals. Recruiting, on the other hand, is attracting applicants to fill open positions to achieve short-term goals. Employers hiring talent acquisition professionals for large businesses may look for specialists to carry out specific roles. Mid-sized to smaller HR teams seek to find well-rounded professionals with a blend of skills that may be challenged to find in one individual. In the job profile listed, the role seeks an HR professional with combined skills of marketing, public relations, procurement, and human resource management in search of a quality talent. Build a powerful employment brand, translate business objectives into staffing needs, deploys effective sourcing strategies, ensures overall positive candidate experiences, leverages analytics and metrics to measure effectiveness. This job profile is representative of a talent sourcer, but may have different titles depending on the business. In this video, I'll describe how an employer creates its brand. Employment branding consists of projecting an image that makes people want to work for the business. This image is created through the business's employment value proposition, which describes what the company has to offer its employees relative to the rewards offered by other places of employment. It should resonate with the employee's experience for the business, position the business as an employer of choice in the marketplace, align with the business's public image to attract and retain employees. The function of employer branding is a complex and hybrid role that cuts across HR, recruiting, and marketing. It first begins with defining a great employee experience that motivates the current team and draws others in. In defining the employer brand, it focuses on communicating the best aspects of the culture, values, and objectives, providing an honest picture of the work environment, such as how well employees collaborate or the great opportunities. It uses the same corporate marketing tools to visualize work-life benefits or how employees spend time together. The business's reputation as an employer will affect its ability to attract top candidates. Here are some key pointers to remember. Branding begins before the initial contact, so plan your actions well in advance of the campaigns. The branding gives a perceived identity to potential candidates. Be sure to brand your image on websites as well as any possible places that candidates will explore to gain insights. The brand should align to the business's value and behavior. This is an opportunity to showcase the employee's value proposition that differentiates the business from the competition. The brand is often spread by word of mouth and social media. Leverage social media sessions with corporate leaders and employees to share their stories and company's experiences. Sourcing should be treated like the launch of a premier product in the marketplace. In this video, I'll share the elements of an employee value proposition. Employee value proposition, or EVP, is creating a balance of rewards and recognition in return for the employee's performance at the workplace. It is a people-centered approach to retain quality candidates. It is a magnet to the organization's employment brand, and it identifies and differentiates the factors of why an individual would want to work for an employer. It may be based on total compensation, employer values, work-life balance, and the opportunity to develop skills. It's original, unique, compelling, and strategically directed to a talent pool. An EVP communicates why the total work experience at the business is superior to others, as shown in the sample EVP across the 4 pillars of total rewards, development, job design, and culture. It would outline the unique employee policies, programs, rewards, and benefit programs that prove a business's commitment to the people and management development. The employee value proposition needs to be leveraged in all hiring efforts of the business to communicate why a candidate should join. According to Gartner's, delivering strong EVP can attract significant talent and boost employee engagement. For example, if EVP is viewed as attractive, the reach into the labor markets increased by 50%. In addition, annual employee turnover can decrease by under 70% and would increase new hire commitment by nearly 30%. Let's look at the complete process. Identifying your brand. What kind of employer are you? What do you want to be known for? And to promote the position you want to stand for. Target your candidates. Identify the most likely sources, target sources, and to consider unexpected sources. Work with key sources, cultivate relationships with target organizations, give them tours and introduce them to the team, stress mutually dependent goals, and prepare your pitch. Sell the benefits of working for the business, in essence, the EVP. The advantages of EVP have proven that there's more to employee satisfaction than just salary and benefits. It's crucial to attracting and hiring and retaining the best talent in the industry. This goes a long way in helping prioritize the HR policies, creating a strong brand in the eyes of people, and to help management in the workforce engagement. In this video, the talent sourcing process will be overviewed. Talent sourcing is to generate a consistent flow of highly skilled applicants through the process of identifying potential candidates, researching candidates, generating referrals, and networking with prospects. Its basic goal is to convert non-applicants into applicants. The talent sourcing process will vary by business, as it may be informal to a very robust formalized process or somewhere in between. This structured 4-step process can work for almost any business. Starting at the top of the process cycle and moving right. Plan strategy. Design a plan that will target a high density of desirable candidates through individuals and organizations. Create documentation. Defining the profiles for the jobs and ideal candidates to create clear and explicit links between potential needs and the target candidates. Source talent. Connecting and cultivating relationships with potential candidates is the focus of sourcing. This generates the talent pool. Assess pipeline. Funneling the pool of qualified candidates by aligning candidates and job profiles. This can be an iterative process as needs and candidates will change. Job documentation is a compilation of artifacts that make up the referenceable material used throughout HR to assess a job. The talent acquisition process uses two forms of them to communicate clearly and concisely with candidates while trying to assess and determine candidate fit. Job profile. This is a condensed version of the job description. It allows more attitude for the current goals and provides just enough information to determine whether a candidate is qualified and interested in the job. Candidate persona. Understanding the characteristics of the ideal candidate will help to bridge the gap with the organizational transition to ensure a good cultural fit and value alignment. Talent sourcing requires a strategic approach with market research and insights. These elements will be integral to creating a sustainable process. Identify candidates. This can be based on specific skill sets, personas, academic backgrounds, broad candidate descriptions, internal versus external hires, or other relevant options. Research candidates. Which networks to use? What's the best way to approach candidates? The answers to these types of questions will help sourcers work faster and more effective. Generate referrals. Work with talent pools to aggregate the information to determine the best approach. Network with prospects. Understanding where the current talent is and where it's likely to be in the future are the keys to keeping the strategy sustainable. Businesses of all sizes can benefit from creating a sourcing strategy that takes into account both the current and future needs to ensure a sustainable pipeline. To help maintain a competitive advantage in attracting top talent, the steps in the process are shown on the process cycle, starting at the top and moving to the right. Identify goals. The talent sourcing strategy should be derived from the integrative leadership planning process, which encompasses long-term, mid-term, and short-term planning for the business and staffing. Determine talent sourcing and recruiting needs. This takes into account the HR planning process and learnings from the staffing needs analysis to execute on the solution analysis. Define the talent targets. There are a variety of ways to identify and define the types of talent to source and recruit to build a pipeline. Research the ideal talent sources. Understanding where talent is now and where it's likely to be in the future is the key to keeping a strategy sustainable and helping to work faster and more effectively. Conduct analysis at intervals. The final component of an effective sourcing strategy is incorporating the ability to review and improve it by setting checkpoints and collaborating with metrics to measure the effectiveness of both the strategy and its execution. Implementing a sourcing strategy can be a demand on time and resources and will require outside support. Regardless of how it's attained, the benefits will outweigh the efforts and position the talent sourcing team to deliver talented candidates at a faster rate with less wasted effort. In this video, I will identify the resources for potential candidate sourcing. According to LinkedIn Trends, only 36% of the workforce is actively looking for new opportunities at any given time, but 90% is willing to talk and learn more. This opens a door for candidate sourcing, which involves proactively searching for and engaging qualified talent to fill current or future positions. Sourcing takes active control of the talent pipeline and initiate conversations with potential candidates meeting the desired profiles. In addition, it introduces individuals to the businesses and opportunities that would otherwise go unnoticed. Recruiting Benchmarks research found that source candidates are more than 2 times as efficient as candidates who apply on their own. On average, 1 in 152 applicants is hired, as compared to 1 in every 72 sourced candidates, which are those who are not actively interested. This is the reason why talent sourcing can affect talent shortages. The following candidate sourcing strategies will help fill your funnel with qualified talent. Create a solid sales pitch. Identify talent based on growth needs. Try new strategies often. Source the right talent pools. Tap into the employee base. Part of building strong talent sourcing relationships will require knowing your audience to help improve response rates by focusing on things that matter to each type of candidate. The goal is to give them just enough information to pique their interest and respond, but be careful about overloading them with information. Ask your recent hires for feedback on your outreach message and use that feedback to test different messaging and improve your response rates. Keep these tips in mind. Remember passive leads. Connect personally with the leads. Respect people's time. Ask for referrals from everyone. In this video, I will share how to create a positive candidate experience. One of the most important factors for attracting talent is candidate experience. It is defined on how a candidate feels about the hiring process once they've experienced it. These feelings, whether good or bad, influence candidates in their decisions on whether to apply and/or accept an offer, the feedback they share to others, and the perception of the business as a brand and the employer as a brand. Candidates have significant ability to affect external perceptions about the business simply by sharing their talent acquisition experiences. With today's online employee review sites, such as Glassdoor.com and Kununu.com, candidates have even more power to communicate to many people about their experiences during the interview process. Positive. A good candidate experience will make candidates feel good about the employer after they see how they're treated. A better experience will make them eager to share their good feelings with others, helping to build the employer's reputation. Negative. A bad candidate experience will make candidates lose respect for the employer and the brand. A poor candidate experience negatively impacts the employer's brand. According to statistics from a nationwide career builder candidate survey, here are the most common complaints candidates have about their application experience. Moving from left to right across the survey results displayed, 75% said they never heard back from the company after sending an application. 60% went for interviews and never heard back from the company. 42% were disgruntled candidates that will not apply for a position at the company again. 22% will tell others not to apply to the company. 9% will ask others to boycott the products. The quick resolution for these complaints will be to respond to every candidate's application. However, creating a good candidate experience is more involved. It requires a mindset that puts the candidate's interests first, which shifts the focus on respecting the candidate's time and designing the candidate experience to be as painless as possible. Candidate experience is becoming one of the most important metrics to evaluate a talent acquisition strategy. So measuring this metric to make improvements starts with the talent sourcing process. Moving from left to right across the survey results displayed, we'll take a look at a Kelly Services survey for the benefits of providing positive candidate experiences. 95% said they were more likely to apply again. 97% said they would refer others to apply. 88% said they would increase purchases with the company. 55% said they would tell their social networks about the positive experience. The talent sourcing process requires careful attention to detail. Here are tips for how to optimize your sourcing practices. Develop clear job profiles. Make it easy for candidates to apply. Recruit to fill a real need. Share with candidates what to expect during the process. Communicate with candidates during each step. Give candidates full attention during the interviews. Let candidates know when they are no longer being considered. Keep good candidates for future needs. and be open to giving and receiving feedback. In this video, I will overview federal laws and regulations relating to discrimination in the talent acquisition process. The Civil Rights Act of 1964, Title VII, is considered one of the crowning legislative achievements of the civil rights movement. It was first proposed by President John F. Kennedy, then survived a strong opposition from Southern members of Congress, and was signed into law by Kennedy's successor, Lyndon B. Johnson. It prohibits discrimination in employment and applies to employers with 15 or more employees, employment agencies, labor organizations, state and local governments, and educational institutions. It established the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission and outlines the procedures that the commission should follow to prevent unlawful employment practices. The Seventh Amendment of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, Title VII, outlines 5 major protected classes: race, color, religion, sex, and national origin. Sex was a late addition to the original 5, as it was intended to keep women excluded, but the act passed. There are now also protections for age, physical or mental disabilities, reprisal, and most recently added sexual orientation. It is unlawful to deny employment opportunities, training, or career advancement to protected classes or an individual because of their association with someone in a protected class. Title VII allows for limited exceptions to the requirement. These are shown in the table listed from left to right. Bona fide occupational qualifications, BFOQs. This occurs when religion, sex, or national origin is reasonably necessary to the normal operation of a business. Religious organizations may give preference to members of that religion. Educational institutions, they were not originally subject to Title VII, now included when the curriculum propagates the protected class. Work-related requirements depends on the intent to impact, not to discriminate. Note that national security clearance required for the position is not protected. Indian reservations, they may give preference to Indian applicants and employees living on or near the reservations. Bona fide seniority systems, when used to tenure or allocate employment rights, not to discriminate. And affirmative action plans to comply with affirmative action legislation to correct a past injustice. We'll take a deeper dive on BFOQs as they come up more often. An employer who discriminates based on religion, sex, or national origin must demonstrate that the attribute is a BFOQ and necessary to their normal operation. The concept of business necessity has been narrowly defined by the courts. When a practice is found to have a discriminatory effect, it can be justified only by showing one of 3 reasons. 1, it is necessary to the safe and efficient operation of the business. 2, it effectively fulfills the purpose it's supposed to serve. Or 3, no alternative policies or practices would serve the same purpose with a less discriminatory impact. Race is never a BFOQ. Sex has been considered a legitimate BFOQ in only 3 limited situations. 1, in order to satisfy the basic social mores concerning modesty, as in the case of a locker room attendant. 2, when a position demands a particular sex for aesthetic authenticity, as in the case of a fashion model or movie actor. 3, when one sex is, by definition, unequipped to do the work, as in the case of a wet nurse. The courts have determined that customer preference is not a valid occupational qualification, such as in the traditional occupations as a flight attendant or a nurse. Therefore, sex cannot be a BFOQ in those situations. In this video, I will share the types of employment discrimination. Workplace discrimination occurs when an individual is adversely discriminated against due to a number of factors. We'll take a look at 3 specific discrimination types. Sex discrimination, usually the highest filed cases. Religious discrimination, usually the least filed cases. Reverse discrimination, cases that are not tracked individually, but important to be aware of. Sex or gender discrimination in employment involves treating someone unfavorably because of the person's sex, whether they're applying for a job or a current employee. The types that we'll look at are firing, hiring, or promotions, starting at the top of the wheel and moving to the right. Firing, hiring, and promotions. A woman not getting a job for which she has the experience and excellent qualifications because some of the company's clients are more comfortable dealing with men. We'll move to the transfer. Following return from maternity leave, a woman's position is then changed to a lower level with the same pay, while male co-workers in similar positions are allowed to cut back their hours without any change to their position or pay. Compensation. A male chef with a similar training and work experience was recently hired and will be paid higher than his female counterparts. Admission to a training program. Only men are selected for traveling sales position training, and the women who all have children are not. Employers are not allowed to hire, promote, train, compensate, discipline, lay off, or terminate on the basis of an individual's religious beliefs or observances. Accommodations for religious observances, which should not be required by employers, to sacrifice the rights of other workers to accommodate another employee, to breach a collective bargaining agreement to provide the benefits or special needs that would not be equally enjoyed by other employees, to suffer a loss in the work unit efficiency to accommodate, and to provide a more than de minimis action, or in other words, the employer should not have to pay overtime for another worker to replace a worker who's leaving. Reverse discrimination is when a member of a majority class is disadvantaged by a program that favors minorities. Title VII allows for gender-based and race-based preferences in employment where 1. A manifest imbalance is traditionally segregated job categories exist. 2. The rights of non-minorities are not necessarily trammeled. 3. The preference is of limited duration to attain, not maintain, racial or gender balance. 4. Does not apply to harassment or constructive discharge. Title VII established the basis for 2 types of unlawful practices: disparate treatment and disparate impact. Disparate treatment occurs when a person is treated differently because of that person's race, religion, sex, or national origin. To make a claim of disparate treatment, it is necessary to prove discriminatory motive, such as a statement saying that the members of a certain ethnic group are ineligible for employment or advancement. This statement would then be considered a direct evidence of discrimination because it shows on its face an intent to discriminate. However, a discriminatory motive can be inferred from the mere fact of differences in treatment. Disparate impact usually involves unintentional discrimination. Some employment practices, such as testing, discriminates against a particular race or gender, even though the practices are factually neutral. That is, they do not appear to be related to race or to sex. An HR activity is considered to have a disparate impact if the operation of that activity tends to significantly reduce the numbers of minorities or females who are employed in any job category. Unless the practice can be justified as necessary for the business, they are prohibited. With disparate impact, it is not necessary to establish a discriminatory motive. The remedies available for disparate impact cases do not include punitive damages. In this video, we'll discuss workplace harassment. Workplace harassment is a form of discrimination that violates Title VII of the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and other federal regulations. Harassment becomes unlawful when the conduct is severe or pervasive enough that a reasonable person would consider the workplace intimidating, hostile, or abusive, or enduring offensive conduct becomes a prerequisite to continued employment. Workplace harassment is a pervasive problem throughout the United States. These types of workplace harassment are illegal and should immediately be addressed. Physical harm or destroying personal property. Sexual comments, gestures, or unwanted physical contact of a sexual nature. Social or emotional, rumors, blackmailing, racial slurs, deliberately excluding someone from a group, which leads to emotional intimidation. Verbal, name-calling, teasing, phone calls, spreading rumors. And written, threatening notes, emails, graffiti, or text messages. The Equal Opportunity Employment Commission, EEOC, defines workplace sexual harassment as unwelcome sexual advances or conduct of a sexual nature which unreasonably interferes with the performance of a person's job or creates an intimidating, hostile, or offensive work environment. It can range from persistent offensive sexual jokes to inappropriate touching to posting offensive materials on a bulletin board. Sexual harassment at work is a serious problem and can happen to both men and women. 45% of the EEOC's harassment claims was sex-based. At least 25% of women experience sexual harassment in the workplace. Somewhere between 87 and 94% of employees experience sexual harassment do not file a formal complaint. Here are two forms of sexual harassment claims. Quid pro quo. This means this for that, and it involves an expressed or implied demand for sexual favors in the workplace for some benefit. It's inflicted by someone who is in a position of power or authority over the other. Hostile work environment. This is a conduct that is so severe and pervasive that it creates an intimidating or demeaning environment or situation that negatively impacts a person's performance. This can be perpetrated by anyone in the work environment. Employers are liable for harassing conduct committed by supervisors, coworkers, customers, and clients and are expected to exercise reasonable care to prevent racial harassment. They fall into these categories: racial epithets, derogatory comments, verbal harassment, graffiti, racist jokes, name-calling, degrading and belittling conduct. The burden of preventing harassment rests on the employer. Some ways to prevent it are: employers must end harassment through intervention or discipline. Employees should utilize preventative and corrective action opportunities. Employers are liable for discriminatory actions by their employees. In the process, employers should be sure to protect the victim from retaliation. For a clearer insight into harassment, a report by the EEOC found that 75% of the workplace harassment victims experienced retaliation when they spoke up. This practice is illegal, and to ensure employees avoid any misunderstandings, this process shown should be followed. Create a written policy with clear definitions and a statement of no tolerance. Establish a complaint procedure. Provide training and education. Investigate every complaint. Discipline if necessary. Communicate through a variety of methods. In this video, I will overview Equal Employment Opportunity. The Equal Employment Opportunity Act of 1972 prohibits employment discrimination. The Act extended coverage of Title VII to entities that had been excluded in 1964, educational institutions, state and local governments, and the federal government. In addition, it reduced the number of employees needed to subject an employer to coverage by Title VII from 25 to 15, and required employers to keep records of discovery of unlawful employment practices and provide those records to the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, the EEOC, upon request. The Act also provides protection from retaliatory employment actions against whistleblowers. It provides litigation authority to the EEOC in the event that an acceptable conciliation agreement cannot be reached. In the case of public employment, the EEOC refers the matter to the United States Attorney General to bring the lawsuit. The Equal Employment Opportunity Act of 1972 empowered the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, EEOC, to prevent individuals from engaging in any unlawful employment practices. The EEOC is the first step in enforcing Title VII. Equal employment laws are written for protected classes in two areas: prevent unlawful discrimination against protected groups, which are identified for protection by labor laws, including Title VII of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. This and other laws and amendments identified these groups for protection. And second, prevention of unlawful harassment includes sexual harassment, abusive conduct, and hostile behaviors. Prevention efforts must include training, a written policy, prompt investigation, and non-retaliatory behaviors. Protected classes are how federal laws conceptualizes protections against discrimination. The understanding of classes continue to evolve either incrementally through courts or through federal legislation. Societal responses to new issues on discrimination generally starts the process. The EEOC protected classes shown on this pictorial view includes the groups from Title VII with additions for veteran status, genetic information, and sexual identity. The Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, EEOC, was established by Title VII of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. It has a 5-member commission with no government allegiance. The appointments are confirmed by the United States Senate for 5 years. It has enforcement authority over 6 employment discrimination acts: Title VII, compensation, age, pregnancy, disability, and genetic information. The most common cases are race discrimination for intentional harassment and hidden bias, sex or pregnancy discrimination, and retaliation. The EEOC has considerable power because of its ability to issue guidelines, collect reports, solicit charges of discrimination, investigate the charges, conciliate an agreement, and assist a plaintiff in the litigation of a court case. In this video, I will overview affirmative action. Executive Order 11246, commonly known as Order Number 4, prohibits employment discrimination by federal contractors and subcontractors and requires affirmative action plans. All employers who have contracts or subcontracts to provide goods and services to federal departments or agencies of the executive branch are subject to this requirement if their contract exceeds or likely to exceed $10,000 per year. Banks and other financial institutions that are depositories of federal funds are also subject to this order. In 1965, President Johnson recognized that employers were not implementing the equal employment opportunity provided for in the Civil Rights Act of 1964, so his administration created affirmative action requirements to force the action of the employer community in all federal contracting to implement the new law. Affirmative action is a process by which employers identifying a historical imbalance in their workforce make efforts to increase the presence of women, minorities, covered veterans, and disabled individuals in the workplace and take positive steps to correct their underutilization. Affirmative action changed the rules for federal contractors when it required the inclusion of all qualified individuals to be considered for job openings. Here's a sample of the heavy users of the government who were impacted by the program. Their contractors had to assess their workforce and determine if there was a need for more minorities and women. Then, the regulations required the contractors to implement outreach and recruiting programs to invite qualified minorities and female candidates to participate in the selection process. When an employer decides to work with the federal government, these rules also apply. As depicted, if the employer has 50 or more employees, full-time, part-time, casual, or temporary, on the payroll and has contracts valued at $50,000 or more, there are affirmative action obligations that must be met. There are also other obligations under the Federal Acquisition Regulations, FAR. FAR obligations are managed by the accounting department, and affirmative action obligations are usually managed by Human Resources. Employers who participate in construction projects have a different set of guidelines. known as the 16-point program. As shown, they apply to any contractor or subcontractor with a federally assisted construction contract in excess of $10,000. The Construction Affirmative Action Plan requirements focus on the craft and labor jobs with specific numerical targets for minorities based on the location of the job. The Office of the Federal Contract Compliance Programs, OFCCP, was established by Executive Order 11246 as an agency within the United States Department of Labor. This agency is responsible for monitoring the affirmative action plans of federal contractors and subcontractors as required by 3 regulations: Executive Order 11246, Vietnam-Era Veterans Readjustment Assistance Act, and Rehabilitation Act Section 503. It shares ADA enforcement authority with the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, EEOC. More than any other domain, talent sourcing provides a strong understanding of the business priorities and challenges through working with the leadership to determine the current and future staffing needs. This was demonstrated as we covered talent acquisition and its functions, developing a strategic approach to talent, creating an employer brand and employee value proposition that will attract quality talent, leverage effective strategies for building and maintaining the pipeline, finding quality sources for candidates, and providing positive candidate experiences. These activities are a huge responsibility as the candidate choices made will influence the future of the business, so it will be incumbent upon the talent sourcers to hone their craft to provide leaders with high-quality candidates to make employment decisions. As a cycle moves from making structural internal decisions to including people, there are regulations that come into play. At this stage, basic civil liberties are at the forefront, so we covered 2 civil rights acts under federal discrimination laws and regulation, types of employment discrimination, the types of workplace harassment, the requirements for affirmative action plans and reporting, and introduced 2 key agencies responsible for administering these rights, the EEOC and the OFCCP. Talent sourcing is at the forefront of interacting with a range of stakeholders on employment matters and requires solid understanding of legislative knowledge to ensure that fairness and equality is maintained for individuals and the employer. A source candidate kicks off the cycle to becoming an applicant and potentially a candidate for employment in recruiting. In this topic, we'll navigate the process of attracting applicants through to onboarding of qualified candidates. On the PHR exam program outline overview chart, we'll be addressing Functional Area 2 and covering talent planning and acquisition, which is worth 16% of the exam, recruiting, which is highlighted in red. We'll take a look at how to navigate the process of attracting applicants through to the onboarding of qualified candidates. This table overviews the talent planning and acquisition processes and will serve as a quick reference to locate activities across the function. Each business may be bundled differently, so there is no right or wrong answer, just whatever is correct for your structure and the people supporting the work. In the right column is recruiting, which is often referred to as talent acquisition, because if you look at the term literally, it is acquiring people for the business, which is technically the function of recruiting. However, as discussed at the beginning of talent sourcing, recruiting is a back-end function within talent acquisition, which is a short-term goal of filling needs, whereas talent acquisition is the overall long-term strategy to acquire talent. Recruiting accepts applicants from the talent sourcing process, which generates candidates, internal candidates, and new inquiries to open positions. They navigate through the processes listed in the right column until a few are down selected as candidates or contenders, and this culminates with onboarding, all done in typically 45 days. So let's get started. The recruiting process identifies how recruiting fits into the talent acquisition process through addressing its function, by understanding how recruiting fits into the overall framework and its processes by tracing the steps from applicant to candidate and the steps from candidate to new hire. Recruiting refers to the process of attracting potential job applicants from the external labor force. It is an active process to fill staff openings by enticing passive applicants to pursue open positions, connecting with applicants who are actively seeking opportunities, and staffing the right candidates into the positions at the right time. Applicant and candidate are often used interchangeably but have different meanings. An applicant is an individual, internal or external, who has applied for an opening. An applicant becomes a candidate when the employer determines the applicant has met the qualifications and is being considered for the opening. The talent planning and acquisition funnel is an integrated framework to actively manage and maintain the talent pipeline across the HR organization. At the top and broadest point of the funnel, talent planning forecasts jobs needs. High priority roles will take time to fill, some as long as 6 months and some longer. Planning ahead for jobs that don't need to be filled as yet will avoid critical gaps. Talent sourcing, attracting the right candidates. Employer branding is a key factor for creating a robust talent acquisition funnel and a critical aspect for 76% of applicants, according to a Randstad Talent Outlook survey. Recruiting, selecting from the pool. This is a critical step as bad hiring decisions can cost as much as 80% of employee churn. Equal focus and effort should be on nurturing internal talent, which can lead to filling openings faster. Recruiting is a big process. Recruiters benefit from learning the ins and outs and preparing the team to ensure it all comes together well. HR administration, onboarding new hires. Successfully onboarding and assimilating new employees into the culture matters more than ever today. A good onboarding process should take approximately 90 days to become familiar with the organizational culture, structure, relationships, and expectations. Recruiting activities occur when a requisition for a job is approved, starting with the top box in the left corner and moving down. The talent sourcing process. This feeds into the recruiting process, and those applicants are stored in the applicant tracking database. The first full row is the beginning of the recruiting process. This row is called applicant to candidate processes. The recruiter accesses the applicant tracking system to post openings selection process. Applicants are screened and selected. Talent assessment. Selected applicants are tested and down selected. Interview process. The down selected applicants are interviewed and further down selected. As we move down to the last row and move from right to left, we're now into the candidate to new hire processes. Starting with the bottom right corner and moving left. Hiring process. Conversations are held with a selected candidate or candidates and requests for information is made. The candidate accepts and all paperwork is signed back. Unsuccessful candidates are notified. Pre-hire inquiries. Initiate pre-employment inquiries. Additional information is validated and requests addressed. If unsuccessful, the process can terminate. Immigration processes. If the candidate does not have legal authorization to work in the United States, the business determines if to proceed with the immigration process. If unsuccessful, or the business decides not to proceed, the process can terminate. Onboarding process. All contingencies are cleared. If not, the process terminates, or the candidate can begin employment. Both the new hire and the business prepares for the start date. In this video, I will review federal laws and regulations relating to recruiting activities prior to 1990. These 6 acts shown in the boxes are listed from earliest to most recent. They will be covered in summary format, indicating who they apply to, the provisions, and compliance requirements. The website where the full act can be found is provided. The Equal Pay Act, EPA, of 1963 was the first anti-discrimination act to protect women and prohibit discrimination on the basis of sex. Prior to the act, the comparable worth standard was used by the United States government to make compensation decisions. When Congress passed the act, it deliberately rejected the comparable worth standard in favor of the equal pay standard. Equal pay for equal work applies to jobs with similar working conditions, skill, effort, and responsibilities. The act allows for differences in pay when they are based on bona fide seniority systems, a merit system, a system that measures the quantity and quality of production, or any other system that fairly measures factors other than sex. The act applies to employers and employees covered by the Fair Labor Standards Act, FLSA, and is administered and enforced by the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, EEOC. When this law was first passed, the Age Discrimination in Employment Act, ADEA, of 1967 specified the protected age range of 40 to 70 years. Anyone younger than age 40 or older than age 70 was not covered for age discrimination in the workplace. However, in 1978, an amendment was made to remove the upper age limit. Today, the Act prohibits discrimination in terms, conditions, or privileges of employment against all individuals aged 40 years or older working for employers having 20 or more workers. Some exceptions to the unlimited upper age limit exist. One example is the rule that airline pilots may not fly commercial airplanes after the age of 65. Remedies under this law are the same as under the Civil Rights Act to include reinstatement, back pay, front pay, and payment for benefits in arrears. However, the United States Supreme Court has ruled that state employees may not sue state government employers in federal courts because the ADA is a federal law. According to EEOC reports, the impact of ADEA is increasing as the United States workforce has been aging and the number of age discrimination cases has been increasing. As with most EEO issues, age discrimination details are continuing to be defined by the various courts, with the Supreme Court having decided employers are not liable if the disparate age impact is due to reasonable factors other than age, RFOA. The specific cases decided recently suggest that the employee retains a heavier burden of proving that adverse employment impact was taken because of an employee's age. However, employers that focus on recruiting on providing preferential treatment of older workers do not violate ADEA. The Fair Credit Reporting Act, FCRA, of 1970 was the first major legislation to regulate the collection, dissemination, and use of consumer information, including customer credit information. It requires employers notify any individual in writing if a credit report was made to be used in making employment decisions. Employer must also get in writing authorization from the individual before asking a credit bureau for a credit report. The Act also protects the privacy of background investigation information and provides methods for ensuring that the information is accurate. Employers who take adverse action against a job applicant or current employee based on information contained in a prospective or current employee's consumer report will have additional disclosures to make to that individual. Congress amended the Title VII of the Civil Rights Act of 1964 with the Pregnancy Discrimination Act of 1978 to define pregnancy as a protected class within the definition of sex for the purpose to clarify that discrimination against women on the basis of pregnancy, childbirth, or any related medical condition is an unlawful employment practice. It defines pregnancy as a temporary disability and requires accommodation on the job if necessary. It guarantees the employee rights to return to work to the same or similar job with similar pay following her pregnancy disability. The Uniform Guidelines on Employee Selection Procedures, UGESP, of 1978 or the Uniform Guidelines, are used by the EEOC, the Department of Labor's Office of the Federal Contract Compliance Program, or OFCCP, the Department of Justice, and the United States Office of Personnel Management. These guidelines attempt to explain how the employer should deal with hiring, retention, promotion, transfer, demotion, dismissal, and referral. Under the Uniform Guidelines, if sued, employers can choose one of two routes to prove they're not illegally discriminating against employees: no disparate or adverse impact and job-related validity. The purpose of the Immigration Reform and Control Act, HRCI, of 1986 is to reduce the number of illegal immigrants coming into the United States for employment. The act prohibits employers from hiring illegal immigrants and is the first law to require new employees to prove both their identity and right to work in the United States. Regulations implementing this law created from the Form I-9, which must be completed by each new employee and the employer. The law prohibits discrimination against job applicants on the basis of national origin or citizenship. It establishes penalties for employers who hire illegal aliens. In this video, I'll review the federal laws and regulations relating to recruiting activities after 1990. These 5 acts shown in the boxes are listed from earliest to most recent. They will be covered in the summary format, indicating who they apply to, the provisions and compliance requirements. The website where the full act can be found is also provided. The Americans with Disabilities Act, ADA, of 1990 was first proposed in 1998 and was backed by thousands of individuals around the country who had been fighting for the rights of their family members, friends, and co-workers to have equal access to community services, jobs, training, and promotion. The act was finally signed into law by President George H.W. Bush on July 26, 1990, and became fully effective for all employers on July 26, 1992. Prior to this legislation, the only employees who were protected against disability employment discrimination were the ones working for the federal, state, or local government and federal government contractors who were captured by the Rehabilitation Act. The Act covers employers with 15 or more workers on the payroll and may not discriminate against a physically or mentally disabled individual in the recruitment, hiring, promotion, training, pay, social activities, and other privileges of employment. Qualified individuals with a disability are to be treated as other job applicants and employees are treated. If a job accommodation is required for a qualified individual to perform the assigned or essential job function, employers are required to provide that accommodation or recommend an alternative that would be equally effective. The interactive process between employer and employees should result in an accommodation or explanation why making the accommodation would provide an undue hardship to the employer. Enforced by the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, they provide guidelines on encouraging employers and individuals to work together to determine what are appropriate and reasonable accommodations rather than employers alone making those judgments. The Worker Opportunity Tax Credit, WOTC, of 1996 provides federal income tax credits to employers who hire from targeted employment groups that face employment barriers. The current amount of the adjustable tax credit is $9,600 per targeted employee. In addition to those specific federal laws, there are laws dealing with payroll that need to be understood. This program is jointly administered by the Department of Labor and the Department of Treasury. The Employment and Training Administration, ETA, provides grant funding and policy guidance to state workforce agencies, SEA, to administer the certification process. The Internal Revenue Service administers tax-related provisions and requirements. The Workforce Investment Act, WIA, of 1998 provides states with block grant information programs that target adult education, disadvantaged youth, and family literacy. Employers hiring training individuals who meet WIA criteria receive tax credits and other assistance for 6 months or more, depending on the program's regulations. At state and local levels, employers add to their workforces can take advantage of the number of programs that provide funding assistance to offset training costs. The Fair and Accurate Credit Transaction Act, FACT of 2003, enhanced the financial privacy of employees and job applicants with the amendments to the Fair Credit Reporting Act by providing certain requirements in third-party investigations of employee misconduct charges. Employers are released from obligations to disclose requirements and obtain employee consent if the investigation involves suspected misconduct, a violation of the law or regulations, or violations of pre-existing written employer policies. A written plan to prevent identification theft is also required. The Workforce Innovation Opportunity Act, WIOA 2014, is the first major reform of the nation's workforce system and was enacted to address certain problems facing the United States workforce, including significant projected shortages in the necessary numbers of workers with post-secondary education and the lack of workforce participation by individuals with disabilities. The Act focuses on providing relevant job training for at-risk youth, high school dropouts, disabled veterans, and homeless veterans with access to employment services and connecting employers with skilled workers. The Act supersedes the Workforce Investment Act, WIA, and amends existing laws, including the Rehabilitation Act, to emphasize employer engagement. In this video, we'll address the ways to effectively use social media in recruiting. Social media are popular web-based interactive communication media. It helps to target the right social networks for your audience. It's imperative to keep the client relationship in mind when building a social media presence and to choose channels that will align with a wide array of goals. To make the best impact, become active and establish your business and self as an authority. Social media recruiting differs from other types of recruiting, such as online or mobile recruiting, because it allows a recruiter to connect directly both active and passive users. They both share passions, ideals, or networks which cannot be done with other types of recruiting methods. We'll explore how to effectively use social networking, moving from the top left and down, extend employer brand, create impactful messages, extend social reach, moving from the top right and down, connect on social channels, try innovative channels, engage employees, candidate experience. Social media plays a huge role in employer branding because it paints an authentic and compelling picture of life inside the business. Digitize the employer brand so there's social presence with consistency, communicate values to show company alignment, share ethics and beliefs to give a sense of culture, highlight content that the company is a great place to work, organically attract candidates, make an emotional connection. Promotional content can be mixed with valuable content to attract individuals who may not be interested in opportunities, but your messages through connecting helps to build your brand. Valuable content can generally be categorized as informative and interesting. Informative content is insightful, educational, and helpful for viewers. Interesting content isn't necessarily helpful, but is interesting or intriguing. Know the reach of the hashtag, how many people it will use, the geography, and the demographics. Be inventive with the hashtag, make it personal and relevant. Start trending the hashtag by focusing on the interesting content, linking it to informative posts, commenting on top posts, and sharing. Social media targeting is the ability to display advertising posts to specific audiences. It is primarily subscription-based, but some networks like Facebook offer basic targeting options for some organic posts. Broaden audience reach with click-through rates, which are the highest at just under 1%. Campaign costs can be managed on the fly to attain targeted desired results or control costs. In addition, multiple social campaigns can be connected to deliver the best results. At its core, the goal of social media is to connect people to be effective. Both communication and connecting needs to the workforce. Select ideal networks. LinkedIn ranked at the most popular network, leads at 87%. Facebook comes in a far second at 55%, and Twitter trails at 47%. Participate in groups. Engaging with prospect customers and the industry is key for compelling them to engage back. Responding to comments as well will help to investigate a meaningful dialogue. Create articles, share content, ask for opinions and feedback. Having open forums and asking to keep in touch, as true personal communication requires time and effort. A generic communication will be a missed opportunity to connect with potential prospects. The social platforms have been designed to appeal to different audiences and to be used differently, which allows for different approaches to be taken on each one. Here are 2 innovative channels to consider. Instagram. This is a visual network with strong appeal and following. By June 2018, it curated 1 billion monthly active users, which had doubled from June 2016. Just under 50% of its users are ages 18 to 65, and over 60% of users log in daily. It can show the fun side of a corporate culture, such as pictures around the office, employee contributions, team building events, and video recruitment ads. Social media live streaming has made the leap from novelty to necessity. Many channels have integrated live video into their platforms, and an increasing number of brands are adjusting their social strategies to reap these benefits. They include live streaming with audience participation to help build engagement, share real-time information, reveal behind-the-scenes footage, and host Q&A sessions. Live streaming is easy to use and personalize and can use tailored content to appeal to specific groups. It keeps passive candidates engaged by finding the right format and the content for specific events. Connect with audiences. The use of social media is all about maximizing reach, and spreading messages with social media shares are amongst the most effective source of hires. Engaged employees. Consider having employees involved in the process, set guidelines for the team, and be prescriptive. Enhance candidate experience. Keep top talent engaged. Send direct messages. Make video calls. Draw experienced talent professionals to the network. Leverage the data provided through social media campaigns about its effectiveness to analyze and adjust market efforts and targets. In this video, I'll describe how applicant tracking improves the recruitment process. Businesses need to track job applicants as they move through the steps of the application process. A manual system may be adequate for small operations, but as businesses grow, a more sophisticated system will be required. Applicants and/or candidates are tracked as they move through the steps of the recruiting process. A variety of systems are available based on the size of the business. Paper-based system. No specialized software or productivity software is used. On-premise software. The vendor's software and hardware resides on-site. Web-based software. The system is accessed via a web browser and hosted by the vendor. Cloud software. The data and system is hosted by the vendor. Applicant software primarily helps to electronically track and manage candidates. 2 flavors of this are recruitment software and applicant tracking systems, as shown here with similarities and differences. Applicant Tracking System, or ATS. An applicant tracking system is a software that speeds up the hiring process. A good applicant tracking system provides the ability to sort and manage candidates, as well as post jobs, look at resumes, and find the most qualified applicants to interview. An ATS can help save a substantial amount of time and energy when looking for employees. Recruitment software. Where an ATS focuses solely on tracking applicants, recruiting software helps connect applicants with openings. As a result, recruiting software includes an ATS with additional features such as scheduling, email marketing, multiple users, Boolean search, and mobile capabilities. The most modern recruitment software pairs applicant tracking with customer relationship management. Both tools can help the hiring process depending on the need and the budget. Smaller operations may want to start with a simple applicant tracking system to speed up the hiring process. A full-time recruiter may benefit from streamlining the hiring process, orders faster, using an online recruitment software with the advantages of an applicant tracking system in addition to customer relationship management, email marketing, and collaboration features. Communicating with applicants is a critical piece of the recruiting process. This table shows sample forms of communication at each stage. It should be timely, make them aware of the status in the search, result in positive experiences for applicants, even when they may not be interviewed or selected for the position. It demonstrates that the business cares that the applicants have taken their time to apply to positions. So ideally, acknowledge receipt of electronic resumes and applications. Stay in touch with candidates who've moved through the process until they have removed the consideration. And then lastly, call candidates personally who have made it through the final round of the interviews. Invitations to self-identify are used in the affirmative action efforts to collect data on hiring practices for the federal government. The categories of information are for race, sex, gender, veteran status, and disabled. Some businesses also invite existing employees to self-identify using a standard form. Applicants without disabilities or veteran status are also able to self-identify to aid in gathering information. Self-identification is collected and reported to the U.S. government Department of Labor confidentially. Self-identifying is optional but strongly encouraged. It does not result in any adverse treatment for the employee or applicant. Invitations to self-identify are part of the application process and should be treated confidentially, just as all other HR data is confidential. Federal government contractors and subcontractors should ask applicants, when possible, to self-identify race, gender, and ethnicity. This can be obtained by paper or electronic self-identification forms. It's used to evaluate the differences in selection rates amongst different groups to determine if adverse impact has occurred. Generally, the most important use regarding discrimination in business is the effect of employment policies and procedures regarded as the intent of the employer. Adverse impact or disparate impact occurs when protected class members are substantially treated differently. There are specific activities that create unintended circumstances. It's primarily used when recruiting to show disparity in poor hiring practices that can arise against class, ethnicity, and sex. It can span all areas of employment but have discriminatory effect on a protected group. The Equal Opportunity Commission, EEOC, provides a definition of the 4/5 rule as a selection rate for any race, sex, or ethnic group which is less than 4/5 of the rate for the group with the largest rate, will generally be regarded by the federal enforcement agency as evidence of adverse impact. When adverse impact exists, employers are either expected to show that the selection rate is a valid process related to job performance or to stop using it, or to find an alternative process that has a less discriminatory effect. This calculation is shown for the internal adverse impact for men and women who were interviewed for a job. Evidence of adverse impact is demonstrated when the percentage of any race or gender group passing selection tests is less than 4/5 of the highest group. defining if there is adverse impact. Looking at the table, it shows that 60 males were interviewed, 30 were hired, which is a ratio of 50%. And of the 40 women interviewed, 10 were hired, which is a ratio of 25%. So to answer the question, yes, there was adverse impact. Because to determine adverse impact, you need to multiply 4/5 or 80% by 50%, which is the group with the highest rate, and it gives you 40%, which is where the threshold is. Adverse impact would occur because 25% of the females were hired, not the required threshold of 40%. The practical meaning of this calculation is that statistically, women have a less chance of being selected for jobs than men do. Therefore, it is illegal and may exist unless the business can demonstrate that the selection activities are specifically job related. In this video, I will describe the steps in the selection process. The selection process is a collection and shortlisting of the right applicants with the necessary qualification and skills to fill the openings in a business. The selection process varies across industries and businesses, HR professionals, and even hiring managers within the same organization. It is making an informed hiring decision that will depend largely on two basic principles of selection. Understanding the past behavior is the best predictor of future success, and collecting as much reliable and valid data as economically feasible. The time and money put into the selection process should be balanced with the cost of making a poor hiring decision. The selection process is a sequential procedure involving some or all the steps illustrated. Each step in the process is typically treated as a hurdle that systematically screens the number of applicants advancing to the next step. To survive the process and be placed into the job, an applicant must successfully pass each hurdle. Each step in the selection process should be designed to be specific, useful information for making the hiring decision. The order of the steps in the application process should be determined by a cost-benefit analysis. The most costly and subjective steps should be placed at the end of the process, with fewer applicants remaining in the pool. Let's have a walk through a typical process, beginning with the step performed by the recruiter. Review candidate sources. Reject if failed to meet minimum qualifications or moved on to the next step. Prepare short list of applicants and reject if failed job specifications or moved on to the next step. Screen short list of applicants, reject if failed job specification, or move to the next step. Assign employment tests if required. Reject if failed test, or move to the next step. At this stage, the process changes over to the hiring manager. Shortlist of candidates for the interviews. Reject if failed the interview requirements, or move to the next step. Assign team interviews. Reject if failed interview requirements, or move to the next step. Either of these decision points will return control back to the recruiter. If the candidate is successful, the recruiter will initiate the offer process. If the candidate is rejected, the recruiter closes out the loop with the candidate. All selection information should be reliable. Reliability refers to the consistency of a measure or repeatability. The higher a measuring instrument's repeatability, the greater the confidence that can be placed in the instrument. For example, scores for a test that is taken twice should be similar. Reliability is an important issue in employee selection because it serves as a limiting constraint on validity. If a measuring instrument is not reliable, it cannot be valid. Unreliable information cannot be used to predict performance on the job. Some of the major reasons why selection information may be unreliable include: the selection instrument may be ambiguous and unclear. The person using the instrument may not have a clear perception of the behavior being measured or a well-defined standard to use as a basis for making an evaluation. The behavior being evaluated may be an unstable phenomena that changes from time to time, such as personal feelings rather than a stable personality characteristic. According to the uniform guidelines, each step in the selection process should be evaluated for adverse impact. Here are 3 methods. Construct validity. The test is met if the procedure measures the degree to which candidates have identifiable characteristics which have been determined to be important in successful performance in the job. These measurements are done through detailed study of the test results and success of incumbents in the job. Such validation can be extremely expensive to demonstrate. Content validity. The criteria is met when testing is specifically related to what is done on the job and how it is done. The test must include the knowledge, skills, and abilities that are specifically required on the job in the same way they are used on the job. Criterion-related validity. Demonstrating this type of validity involves empirical studies producing data that shows the selection procedures are predictive or significantly related with important elements of job performance. This is a scientific study of the tests used with sufficient number of successful incumbents to determine there is a statistically significant correlation with the job content. These studies are by very nature long and expensive and should be performed by the employer. Utility refers to the overall effectiveness of the selection method as shown in the table. The concept encompasses both accuracy and the importance of selection decisions and implies a concern with the costs related to setting up and implementing the selection method and costs associated with errors in the decision made. Generally, the utility of selection method is higher when it results in a higher base rate of success for a job. Base rates of success increases when a higher validity predictor is used and when a lower selection ratios are used. If the base rate is already quite high, it is difficult to find a predictor that can beat the best rate. In this case, utility of a predictor will be low since there's little room for improvement. The factors of validity, selection ratio, and best rate, however, do not consider the cost of making selection decisions and particularly the cost benefits of these decisions. Being productive in talent acquisition requires taking the time to develop an ideal candidate profile. This strategy will help attract better candidates, speed up the recruiting process, and get better hires. As a result, it helps to become more efficient as a recruiter by perfectly matching candidates to positions and reducing the time to hire and reduce hiring costs in the process. It begins with a standard job description at the left and mapping it to this job profile in the center. The job profile is best developed by a team of employees who understand the business's need for the position. It clarifies the details of the job description, outlines the job details, and fills in the personality attributes that brings the job profile to life. These are the key components that you should hire the employee to accomplish. The candidate profile, shown on the left, is a replica of the job profile that will quickly help to identify when there is a candidate match. It represents the persona of the ideal candidate that will fit the job. The cost of a bad hire can reach up to 30% of the employee's first year, according to an estimate by the United States Department of Labor. Career Builder reports that 74% of companies who admit that they have hired the wrong person for a position lost an average of $14,900 for each bad hire. According to Undercover Recruiter, bad hires will cost $240,000 a year relating to hiring, compensation, and retention for a person who made a $100,000 salary. Here are the typical breakdowns from the top left and moving downward and around. 10% will be attributed to orientation and training, 23% severance and unemployment, 8% recruiter fee for the new hire, 4% interviewing time for internal employees, 24% salaries, healthcare, and benefit costs, 21% the workload increase during the vacancy, and 10% the recruiter fee for the bad hire. A successful selection process goes back to time and money spent the right amount of time making the right decisions so a lot of money won't go into fixing them on the back end. In this video, I will share the tools that aid in screening applicants. The purpose of applicant screening is the process of eliminating applicants who do not meet the basic job requirements such as minimum experience, education, willingness to relocate, salary requirements, or culture fit. The process typically begins with assessing the applicant's fit for the job by matching the job profile to the candidate profile and then narrowing the selection. A recent trend among some recruiters is to use applicants' social networking profile as a tool in the screening process, followed by a telephone interview to gather the insights, resulting with a short list of top applicants to present to the hiring manager. Screening forms help recruiters to have a standardized view of applicants' information and to systematically organize the downstream selection. These are the type of forms. Resumes and application blanks are typically used. While technology has radically changed the step for those using applicant software, many HR practitioners still screen each resume or application manually. The forms and uses. They help to match the applicants to the job profile and to remove any applicants who do not meet the basic requirements. Any red flags are also noted in this area. A resume is a short document, 2 to 3 pages, summarizing work experience and qualifications. It includes contact information, work experience, education, and relevant skills in support of the job application. The resume is arguably the most critical part of the application process, as a poorly written one may be a disqualifier from having a conversation with the hiring manager. A well-organized, tailored resume will increase your chances of landing an interview, while a poorly written resume will not. A curriculum vitae, which means course of life, or CV, is a comprehensive version of your professional life spanning your work history, education, certifications, affiliations, publications, and specializations. Unless specifically asked for a CV, one should not be used for a professional interview. 70% of job applications fail to pass an applicant system without being read because of the way it's formatted. 90% of businesses use applicant tracking system, so here are some tips. The easiest format for the software to read for your work experience is reverse chronological order. This format emphasizes work experience by putting it at the top of the page. A PDF format is a universal file that can be read by most systems while keeping the original format in place. Approved templates or simplified formats are easier to read by most systems. Choose a common simple font and use bigger fonts for headers and smaller fonts for content. To highlight your achievements, use simple bulleted square circle points. Label sections correctly with common terminology. Tailor your resume with key job words to pick up on the job requirements. Completing an application blank is a basic part of the selection process in most businesses. The primary purpose of an application blank is to provide meaningful job employment information that helps employers make accurate hiring decisions. Although an application blank can be used to eliminate applicants who are obviously unqualified, it is seldom used in making fine discriminations between the best qualified applicants. Application blanks typically request 4 kinds of information shown on the table: vital statistics, background information, work history, background experiences. The Uniform Guideline selection covers the use of screening tools for applicants, including employment applications and other pre-employment tests. Other labor laws, such as the Americans with Disabilities Act, requires that employers make reasonable accommodation for applicants so that they can compete on an even playing field. The 4 basic types of application forms are displayed. The short form employment application form is a shorter version, usually 1 to 5 pages. It's typically used for applying for transfers, promotions, and useful for pre-screening applicants. The long form employment application, they're provided space for additional job details and requirements for advanced degrees. Job-specific employment application If the business hires a substantial number of employees for positions with similar requirements, this form can be designed to gather specific information related to the position or the profession. So generally, this may be used for teaching, scientific careers, or volume hiring in similar professions. The weighted employment application. This form is developed to assist recruiters in evaluating candidate qualifications. It's developed using the job description with aspects of the job that are more important for success are given higher weights than other parts of the job. It tends to reduce the bias in screening process, but are more expensive to maintain because every time the job gets redesigned, then the job requirements change, the form must be updated. Although application blanks can be very reliable and valid, they do have the limitations. It is an impersonal selection procedure and no written form can ever substitute for direct personal contact. It only asks for limited amounts of information, so individuals who have unique backgrounds or experiences may have difficulty describing what they have done on the form. It elicits biased information and only represents what an applicant wants the organization to know, which usually means unfavorable information is omitted or watered down. The information is strictly objective and fails to explain the individual's motive and situational constraints. The information provided will be interpreted by people, and therefore the interpretation is subject to observer bias. According to a Career Builder survey, 70% of recruiters check an applicant's social networking profile, and 57% found content which caused them to eliminate an individual. Using online searches and social networking profiles can provide insights into an applicant's personal and professional personas, which professional organizations they belong to, the types of social organizations, and the type of volunteer activities. In this video, I will share the types of assessments used to evaluate candidates. Talent assessments are effective tools for hiring the right person for the right job, evaluating candidates for a promotion, managing and developing team members, and ultimately understanding the people who make up the workforce. They provide objective and standardized measures of such human characteristics as aptitudes, interests, abilities, and personalities. If the characteristics being measured are important to successful job performance, personnel tests represent a valuable selection device. Choosing an appropriate test requires careful job analysis by someone who knows each job very well or who has examined the job descriptions and job specifications. Tests should be chosen that can improve the job selection process. Carefully selecting personnel tests can significantly improve the selection process for many jobs. Behavior assessments. These provide an accurate depiction or pattern of people's core drives and therefore insights into their needs and behaviors. Cognitive assessments. These measure someone's ability to solve problems, think on their feet, reasoning, and other mental capabilities required to excel in specific jobs. Integrity assessments. These test a person's honesty, dependability, trustworthiness, reliability, and pro-social behavior. Each kind of assessment has useful applications dependent on the objective. Most businesses utilize online questionnaires to assess whether the personality, work style, knowledge, or skills of candidates fit the job at hand or culture. Starting at the left column and moving down, achievement is theoretical and practical knowledge. Interest, likes and dislikes. Personality, what drives you. Moving to the top and right and down. Aptitude, learning capacity. Intelligence, reasoning, verbal, number, and memory. Situational judgment, how to approach problem solving. An assessment center is one of the most powerful methods for identifying management potential. It is typically used when a group of candidates is being considered for hiring or promotions into management positions. Applicants participate in a series of activities that usually occur over a period of 2 or 3 days. Assessment centers have generally been excellent predictors of job performance because the activities included in them usually are designed to replicate the activities and responsibilities of the actual job. Most candidates find the assessment center process very stressful. but staying focused with a bigger objective in mind can be helpful. Over the 2 to 3 days, there are typically the 5 activities displayed with every movement under evaluation. Introduction or interviews. This is the most common starting point when candidates meet each other and the assessor. This provides an initial impression of the candidate's personality, motivation, appearance, and personal interaction skills. Group discussion. This is an integral part of most assessment centers. The group is broken up into 4 to 6 participants and given a topic where they must prepare a presentation. The topic may be related to business or current events. The in-basket exercise. This is a classic task that has evolved from an in-basket on the desk to an email inbox with calls and other requests from co-workers that come in, all of which require immediate attention and prioritization. Mixing a variety of personal and business priorities, the applicant needs to decide how to manage the task. Individual presentation. This topic is usually current politics, economic development, or an issue related to the business's industry. Questions are asked, followed by presentation. Role-playing. This is one of the more difficult tasks because there is no advanced preparation. There is a hypothetical conversation between the candidate and assessors with challenges that the candidate must overcome to be successful. Testing has been the target of many discrimination challenges. Following the successful use of testing in the military during World War II, many organizations began to use tests in their selection process. Testing increased dramatically during the 1950s and 1960s as many organizations required all applicants to complete a lengthy battery of tests for personality and interest inventories. By 1970, however, it became very clear that some of these tests were eliminating a large proportion of minorities from jobs for which the tests were not valid. Testing has since been the target of many discrimination challenges. Pre-employment tests. If they have an adverse impact, they are illegal. They should not ask personal or potentially embarrassing questions that are not related to job performance. Bear in mind that they are not perfectly reliable and valid. They may reject some job applicants who would be perfectly excellent employees. Reliable and valid tests are not illegal. In this video, I will identify the different types of interviews. Interviews are a form of pre-employment test designed to predict employee behavior. They're subject to criteria of reliability and validity. When assessing an applicant fit, interviews are the top choice for employers. There are several types of interviews to gain understanding of the applicant experience. Job interviews are stressful situations for interviewers and candidates. The interviewer has a very short period of time to determine whether the candidate is the best choice, and the candidate wants to make a good impression for the ultimate goal of attaining the job offer. To reduce the stress and improve the chances of obtaining the information needed to make the best hiring decision, preparing for the interview is essential. HR can assist interviewers in this process by providing advice on structuring an effective interview and developing interviewing strategy. Starting from the top and center of the process cycle and moving to the right, select the interview team. HR's role in selecting the interview team is to work with the line manager to ensure that everyone who needs to be involved in the interview process is included. Hold a pre-interview strategy meeting. Include the interview team and provide an opportunity for the hiring manager to share what is required of a successful candidate to make sure that all the interviewers are on the same page. This is also a good opportunity for HR to share some of the common types of interviews to be conducted, common interviewer biases, to review the appropriate interview questions, the evaluation forms, and best practices with interviewers, such as note-taking, conduct interviews. The interviewers should be prepared to meet the candidates by reading the application forms and resumes ahead of time, and be careful not to make notes on any of the screening forms. Complete applicant evaluation forms. Immediately following each interview, assess each candidate using the form provided so there's consistency in the interview process. The forms will be useful in cross-comparing candidates in the job requirement and act as a reminder when discussing each candidate. Evaluate applicants. And when everyone on the interviewing team has met with all the candidates, a final meeting takes place. During this meeting, the interviewers review the candidate evaluation forms and share their thoughts on the candidates. Select candidate. HR works with the hiring manager to select the final candidate. All other candidates are notified the hiring process has ended for them and that they will be kept in the database for future opportunities. The size and roles within the interview team will typically vary based on the size of the business. The primary focus of the interviewing team is to ensure a consistent methodology is used for all candidates. They help a candidate make an informed decision about the business. They objectively portray the details about the job. They preview the job using a variety of techniques such as workplace tours, job simulations, interviews, and simulations. Several types of interviews are available for selecting candidates. Not all of them are appropriate for every situation, and it's up to the HR to counsel the hiring manager and interviewing team on what will work best in each situation. Pattern interviews are the most reliable method of gathering information in an interview and are especially useful for employment interviewing and research purposes. Semi-structured interviews are not as reliable as pattern interviews, but they're used more frequently for interviewing applicants for employment because they require less advanced preparation on the part of the employer. Behavioral interviews test self-awareness by focusing on past experiences and how they were handled. They try to uncover problem-solving techniques. Stress interviews are designed to see whether people can think on their feet in uncomfortable situations. When multiple interviewers need to meet at the same time, or one interviewer needs to meet with several people at the same time, there are specific interviews to address these situations, and if organized well, can be successful. Board or panel interviews are designed to allow several interviewers to obtain information about one individual simultaneously rather than having separate interviews that require more time. Group or team interviews are useful for diagnosing how well a group is functioning. However, the group must maintain a cooperative working relationship and resolve problems within the group. Recruiting is not always conducted in the office, which may be influenced by several factors. Interviews done on the company premises may interfere with normal business operations, while the team is also interested in learning about the behaviors of the candidates in a more relaxed environment. Video interview. This lets the employer observe candidates' body language and how they answer questions. However, its key advantage is a reduction in travel costs and a more efficient use of time for both the recruiter and the candidates. Meal interviews. Having lunch, breakfast, or dinner provides the interviewer with a chance to assess your communication and interpersonal skills, as well as table manners in a more casual environment than an office setting. HR interviews. HR interviews are not often taken seriously by applicants, and this can be a huge mistake. HR is an powerful influencer on the next round, especially when the interviewer is a gatekeeper, a senior member of a long-standing staff, or an influencer. Phone screen. HR usually conducts the pre-screening interview, which puts them in the role of gatekeeper. A series of pre-qualification questions are selected to screen out candidates who do not have the mindset, qualifications, or whose salary expectations do not fit the organization's salary range. Informational meeting. These are investigative meetings used to explore potential opportunities or fit where they may or may not have a position open. These are typically used for sourcing candidates. Non-directive meeting. These interviews are largely inappropriate for gathering information to make a selection decision, but they're useful for employee counseling or for gathering information during the closing. Asking the right questions is important to gather information needed to adequately assess candidates. The right questions can help sort out the star candidates from the low performers. There are 3 types of questions that can help get in-depth understanding from candidates. Skill-based questions are directly related to experience with tools technologies, and industry standards between theoretical and practical knowledge. Behavioral questions show candidates' aptitude and approach to a task based on past experience. They are useful for revealing soft skills like trustworthiness, aptitude, work, and ethics. Situational questions provide the chance to see how a candidate would react to specific scenarios in your office. They offer a sneak peek into a candidate's instinct, confidence, and decision-making abilities. Every business will have their own challenges with the interviewing process, and it may vary with the various organizational units. These three continue to rank high on many lists and are critical to selecting successful hires. The interviewer may have a preference for certain questions, and in doing so, may tilt the interview or otherwise gain a distorted view of the candidate. Rater bias. The interviewer may also be biased in the way that they think in general or how their thoughts are biased by these modes of thoughts. Note-taking. Keep comments related to job and fit. We'll look at each of these in a little bit more detail. EEOC cautions employers about obtaining the following kinds of information unless they can demonstrate a business necessity: English language skills, names of friends and relatives, citizenship, educational level, military discharge, past work for an employer, marital status, previous use of medical leave, disabilities, height and weight, arrest and conviction records, economic status, availability to work weekends and holidays. While some of these may appear to be questions that may be legal, it may all be in how you phrase them. For example, for citizenship, the question that can be asked is, are you authorized to legally work in the U.S.? The question of, where are you from, is illegal. Asking someone directly about their education level, if it has no bearing on the job, would be illegal. And another one that comes up common is about arrest and conviction records. Arrest records is irrelevant, but convictions may not be. Interviewing is a skill and important activity that, if done wrong, can result in a rejection of good candidates, or worse, appointment of bad people who will prove problematic. Here are some of the ways that interviewers may show bias during the interviews. Stereotyping, which is forming an opinion of someone's bias on gender, religion, race, appearance, or any other type of characteristic. Inconsistent questioning, preference given to questions that may tilt the interviewer or otherwise gain a distorted view of the candidate. First impression, making judgments about an interviewee based on their first impression being positive or negative. Negative emphasis, receiving a small amount of negative information and use it as the basis for a final decision. Halo horn effect. Halo is letting one positive fact overshadow everything else. Horn is the opposite and allows a weak factor to influence everything else. Nonverbal bias is based on a body language or nonverbal cues such as a handshake. Contrast effect. Stronger candidates interviews after a weaker candidate may appear more qualified than they are because of the contrast between the two. Similar to me error, thinking highly of someone who has a similar mindset or personality to the interviewer. And candidates will often bait you into this as well, because they'll draw references and comparisons to what they have done to what you've done. Cultural noise, ability to distinguish between a socially acceptable answer rather than revealing their true opinion. Interviewer notes, be factual, keep it job-related information, no opinion or personal biases, and in your marginal note, no comments on protected categories, nothing you wouldn't say directly to a person. Also, avoid writing on the applicant's resume or application and never make anything that we consider discriminatory in any way. Employment interviews are generally unreliable and therefore do not provide valid information. However, there are other reasons for conducting employment interviews, and they include obtaining information about the applicant, selling the company to the applicant, providing information about the business, and to establish a relationship. In this video, I will share areas that may have legal implications in the recruiting process. Here are 4 areas with legal implications that an employer may need to be cognizant of during the hiring process. Social media, nepotism, qualified privilege doctoring, and negligent hiring. Employers may want to search the internet for information on job applicants. There are significant risks when using social media information because of its personal nature and the potential for discrimination. To prevent allegations that social media was used as a foundation for discrimination, it is recommended that supervisors and managers not be allowed to conduct social media background checks. However, if they are done, they should be performed similar to background checks that are done on all applicants at the same time in the application process, normally after the applicants are interviewed and judged to be viable candidates. Standardizing this process reduces accusations that personal information from social media site was the bias for the selection process. If a decision is made to reject an applicant because of what is learned from social media, this decision needs to be carefully documented since the business may need to defend its decision in court. Nepotism is giving preferential treatment to family and friends whether they have the correct qualifications. While it is controversial, it is not illegal unless it creates a discriminatory practice. Businesses usually have policies prohibiting a direct or indirect reporting relationship to avoid issues. Both individuals must report up through separate chains of commands. The value of letters of recommendations have decreased in recent years because of a growing concern among employers that could be sued for reporting adverse information. The qualified privilege doctrine allows previous employers to describe former employees' work records to prospective employers, provided the information is factual and relevant and serves a legitimate business purpose. Most employers will still only confirm dates of employment and title, and many will use a third-party service to handle this request. An appellate court in Florida has ruled that an employer can be held liable for injuries committed by its employees if the company failed to investigate the applicant's criminal record and medical history. This has required employers to dig deeper into the candidate's background and not ignore potential red flags. Employers need to know whether an applicant's background indicates that the applicant has a propensity for abusive behavior. Injured parties have been successfully advancing the legal theory of negligent hire, claiming that the employer knew or should have known that their employees were dangerous. In this video, I will overview the hiring process. Extending job offers and reaching an agreement about the terms and conditions of employment requires a certain level of skill. On the one hand, a business can simply describe what it's willing to offer and expect the candidate to take it or leave it, but this is not really negotiating, nor does it treat new candidates and their unique interests respectfully. Having a plan in place and moving to close the candidate quickly so that all time spent has not been wasted. Here's a high-level flow, moving from left to right. Once a candidate has been selected, HR is responsible to extend the offer of employment, so there's a need to have some negotiation skill to arrive at the total compensation decision and to understand the logistics of the role so that you can make the appropriate decisions. An offer letter is extended. The HR must take care not to unintentionally create an employment contract with a new hire and to firmly communicate the at-will status. Good negotiation skill can help reach goals and close the deal. It requires learning the skills applied and the principles. So convey and manage compensation discussions, resolve issues, and separate emotions and issues conflicts. The principles: set priorities, prepare thoroughly, ascertain what is really driving the other side's agenda, keep an open mind, never say never, and strive for win-win solutions. Good negotiating attempts to satisfy the needs of both parties. Both sides should leave the bargaining table feeling satisfied with the agreement and pleased with the working arrangement. The following principles are for improving negotiations. Analyze the interests of both parties. Plan the negotiation strategy. Gather information. Be creative in the solutions. Avoid making unilateral concessions. Know when to walk away. A standard offer letter template should be reviewed by a corporate attorney to ensure that its provisions don't compromise the business. For each candidate, the offer letter should be prepared immediately upon acceptance of the verbal offer by the candidate. It should clearly state the terms of the salary in an hourly or monthly amount. Avoid language that implies a contract by stating that only the terms and conditions of the offer contained in the offer letter are valid. Clarify any contingencies that apply, such as medical examinations, background assessments, or proof of the right to work in the United States. Clarify acceptance details and provide a reasonable deadline for returning a signed acceptance offer. Employment at will is a condition that all employment may be terminated at any time for any reasons by either party in the employment. It mitigates the need for a just cause or a specific reason for terminating an employee. Employment at will is significantly diluted by three exceptions: the duty of good faith and fair dealing, implied contract, and public policy. A contingent job offer means a verbal or written offer has been presented to the candidate but not firm until the candidate has complied with all the outstanding items. They typically include background assessments, drug testing, immigration verification, and medical examinations. An employment agreement binds both parties to the agreement contained in the contract. Contracts are generally reserved for senior-level managers and professionals such as doctors and teachers, and they can cover a wide range of topics. Some standard clauses seen in employment contracts include terms and conditions of employment, scope of duties, compensation and benefits, expense reimbursements, and termination clauses. Any areas of the employment relationship not specifically covered in the contract are subject to common law. Collective bargaining agreements are a group employment contract that covers members of a bargaining unit. Robert Ringer is the author of 8 books, including 3 #1 bestsellers, 2 of which have been listed by the New York Times among the 15 best-selling motivational books of all times. He combines philosophy, reality, and action in a unique style that challenges readers to think, such as this one. With a written agreement, you have a prayer. With a verbal agreement, you have nothing but air. I think that sums it up, and all you need to know about verbal contracts. In this video, I'll review the types of contingent assessments. Contingent assessments are criteria which must be met before an offer becomes final. Written permission is required from the candidate to access information. If the results require rescinding an offer, consult with an attorney first. Specific business needs or job role may require the use of alternative or additional assessments, but these are the most common: the background assessment, drug testing, and medical examinations. Background assessments can range from verification of a candidate's Social Security number to a detailed account of history and acquaintances. Information included on a background assessment will depend to some extent on the employer and the job involved. Jobs that involve working with children, the elderly, or people with disabilities are examples of jobs that will most certainly require a criminal background check. Here are some typical types of background assessments: previous employment, educational credentials, criminal activities, credit report, and general character. The Fair Credit Report Act, FCRA, sets national standards for employment screening that applies to background assessments performed by an outside company called a consumer reporting agency. The law does not apply in situations where the employer conducts background checks internally. The FACRA says the following cannot be reported: bankruptcies after 10 years, civil suits, civil judgments and records of arrest from date of entry after 7 years, paid tax liens after 7 years, accounts placed for collections after 7 years, any other negative information except criminal convictions after 7 years. Restrictions do not apply to jobs with an annual salary of $75,000 or more. Often employers use credit history to gauge a level of responsibility. An employment background assessment often includes a credit report. The three major reporting agencies, Experian, TransUnion, and Equifax, provide a modified version of the credit report called an employment report. An employment report provides everything a standard credit report would provide. However, it does not include a credit score, date of birth, nor does it place a credit file inquiry that may be seen by a company looking for issue credit. In addition, a credit card report typically includes information about former addresses and previous employers, which can also be used to verify the accuracy of information on an application or resume. Validated studies by OSHA have proven that drug screening pre-employment tests reduce job-related accidents. Drug screening tests are specifically excluded from the ADA's medical examination requirement. The successful passing of a drug test may be required prior to extending an offer of employment. Employers risk the torts of negligent hiring if they knowingly hire a drug or alcohol abuser who causes harm to someone while driving on the job. Pre-employment tests can be legally required as a condition of employment. Candidates who fail can be eliminated from the pool but can challenge the test results. Employment. Private employers, relatively unrestricted in the type of testing program they may lawfully adopt. Employees who fail should have an opportunity to explain their positive results and should be offered rehabilitation. Public employees, they are protected under the Fourth Amendment. As with all other assessment tools, medical examinations are allowable after extending a job offer or conditional job offer, if their purpose is job-related and they're required for all candidates. Under ADA, employers may make a job offer unconditional on a medical examination before the candidate begins working, as long as all applicants for the position in the same job category must undergo the exam. These exams are used to ensure that the employee would be fully capable of performing the requirements of the job, and in some cases may be part of an employer's health and safety program. With some exceptions, health information privacy laws will apply. If the offer is rescinded as a result of the medical exam, the employer must be able to demonstrate that the job requirement eliminating the candidate from the consideration is related to the business necessity. The Federal Trade Commission, FTC, issued a disposal rule directing affected companies to destroy covered records in a manner that protects against unauthorized access or use of the information. Proper disposal. This rule covers employment records related to sensitive personal information, social security numbers, medical history, credit card references, and background assessments. Reasonable measures. The FTC requires employers to destroy information so it cannot be read or reconstructed using one of these methods: burn, pulverize, or shred papers, destroy or erase electronic files or media, conduct due diligence, and hire a document destruction contractor. In this video, I'll describe the activities that occur pre-employment. Once all contingencies have been cleared, there's typically two major activities that delay employment, and they each come with their own unique obstacles. Immigration. The candidate may already be living in the U.S. or abroad. Regardless, the process will be the same. Relocation. Across the state or country or around the world, there's a plan for every option and budget. The United States Department of Homeland Security says a foreign national is a person who is a citizen of any country other than the United States. There are several types of work visas available for foreign nationals who want to work in the United States, including temporary work visas. Prior to coming to the United States to work, a travel visa from the U.S. Embassy or consulate abroad is required. Here are the most common types of work authorizations. Employment-related visa, which is authorizing to work and temporarily live in the United States for a specific employer. Employment Authorization Document, or EAD. This is authorized to live in the U.S. and work for a specified period of time. And then the Permanent Resident Card, authorized to permanently live and work in the U.S. Work visas are required for foreign nationals to legally travel to and work in the United States. Each work visa has different eligibility and guidelines for applying depending on the type of work to be performed, the relationship to the employer, the country of origin, the duration, and does not guarantee entry into the United States. The most common process for a non-immigrant worker to temporarily work in the United States for an employer is for the prospective employer to file a petition with the United States Citizenship and Immigration Services, USCIS or USIS. Each individual situation will vary and have specific nuances to manage through. However, these steps generally cover the process, starting in the upper left corner and moving to the right across the top. The employer extends the offer. The candidate accepts the offer and advises the immigration status. The employer contacts an attorney to determine the type of work visa that's required. The employer gathers job-related information for the attorney. Dropping down to the second row and moving from the right to the left, the candidate gathers personal and professional documents. The attorney files a labor certification or LC with USIS. The attorney notifies the employer of the USIS's decision. The employer communicates with the candidate. Up to this point, these steps can take anywhere from 4 to 6 months on average, depending on the time of year when the process is filed. Dropping down to the last row, moving from left to right, USIS mails the documentation. The candidate can travel if required. Employee reports for onboarding. The candidate requires a valid work permit and passport to complete the Form I-9. This remaining process can be anywhere from about 2 weeks to 8 weeks. So there's a significant time delay that happens if the candidate needs immigration processing, so the time needs to be considered. Is this candidate worth waiting for? A work permit proves eligibility to work in the United States. It requires a prospective employer to first file the non-immigrant visa permit residence petition with the United States Immigration Services, USIS, which we just reviewed, and it requires a proper labor certification before the work can begin. This documentation, along with a foreign passport, will be used as proof of the work in the United States. This is the next big roadblock that may delay starting the work. Relocation, also referred to as global mobility and corporate relocation, helps manage and move employees across town, across the nation, or across the globe. It allows for employers to remain competitive in securing top talent. HR may manage the process when the employers help with paying the cost of relocating an employee or applicant. However, relocation is an activity that's often outsourced. Here are a range of options available as depicted here. Moving from the left to the right, in the first column, we have a non-exempt relocation, which is supported, driven by union negotiations, dependent on the terms and the reason for location. In the second column, we have a lump sum, which is a calculated amount that's based on the salary and dependent on the grade level. In the middle column, we have a managed move. This is more like a cafeteria style plan that usually have 10 or more options or components. Depending on the manager's discretion and the employee's need, options are selected for the specific employee. Some businesses contract with the moving companies to handle the move, so they'll get the basic package. Moving over to the second last column is a tiered relocation. There's a different amounts of support depending on the job level and the job statuses. So whether it's a new hire or it's a transfer, these companies can provide property management services such as home inspections or property attorneys. This can be a cost-effective solution and save time for in-house staff. The last option is a full relocation for employees. All expenses are covered for the employees, and a professional organization manages the entire process for the business and for their families. So elements of the relocation package that can be negotiated include a company paid trip for the spouse and family to see the area and look for a new home, assistance with selling the old home and purchasing the new home, and payment of the moving expenses, assistance with job search for the spouse in the new area, and a guarantee of the sale price of the old house if all doesn't go well. So ideally, it's a package that is negotiable as part of the employment package. In this video, I will discuss the onboarding process. When the offer has been accepted, the transition from candidate to employee begins. Onboarding refers to a system of organizational behaviors at the time of the hire focused on the retention of new employees. It consists of both short-term and long-term behaviors to help integrate employees into their new work environment. Pre-boarding. At this stage, employees form the first impression about what it would be like to work for the organization. Many employers provide benefit information and application forms via portal, so employee has time to review them, make appropriate selections, and include dependents in these decisions. Orientation is necessary to familiarize new employees with the company's mission and culture, and orientation typically includes paperwork, compliance training, and introduction to new policies, procedures, and rules through the review of employee handbook. An example of a short-term objective within the scope of onboarding is a new hire orientation. Onboarding programs exist to reduce the length of the time it takes for new employees to become productive members. It helps new employees buy into their jobs and assimilate into the business. An example of a long-term onboarding activity is socialization. So all three activities takes you through the onboarding journey. Pre-boarding. Pre-boarding is a period of time between when an offer is accepted and the first day of the job. It helps to inspire employee loyalty from day one. Having a strong pre-boarding program can reduce the number of no-shows. A strong pre-boarding program will set your employees up for success from day one, and more importantly, a successful career at the company. Here are some tips. Make it an event. Set up corporate assets in advance so the employee can hit the ground running on day one. Collect personal information in advance to release some of the paperwork necessary on the first day. Share information. So in that pre-boarding period, share any events that are happening during the first week or happening that might be noteworthy. Plan for a first great week. So make sure you have activities planned for the new employees, such as a first day lunch or people to have them introduced to during that time. HR is often responsible for providing the business orientation, including information about the mission, goals, values, and for answering general questions. These programs are an important part of the new hire's introduction to the organization. Organizational socialization. This is the job-specific orientation that is conducted to be overseen by the hiring manager and provides information specific to the department and position and sets performance expectation and ensures that the new hire knows where to go for assistance when it's needed. Employee socialization. In many organizations, daily events move so quickly that the employees are sometimes left to fend for themselves without understanding what they're supposed to do or how to get it done when it's needed. The Immigration Reform and Control Act, ICRA, prohibits workers from hiring undocumented workers. All new employees are required to complete and sign a verification form I-9 designated by USIS to certify that they're eligible for employment. It requires their proof of identity and evidence of employment authorization, and it prohibits discrimination based on citizenship or national origin. It establishes criminal and civil sanctions for hiring individuals who do not have the legal right to work in the U.S. Employers are required to retain these forms for 3 years or for 1 year past the employment of individuals, whichever is longer. I-9 forms can be completed and maintained in either a printed or electronic format. The Form I-9 must be completed within 3 days of the date of employment. However, the Form I-9 must be completed before the work is started for jobs that last less than 3 days. Excluded workers. Independent contractors are excluded from completing this form. In addition, temporary workers hired through an agency, individuals completed for casual domestic work in a private home or sporadic, irregular, or intermittent basis, employees not working on U.S. soil. Here are some familiar errors that need to be paid attention to. If the employee does not have a middle initial, you're required to use the letter A and not to leave the form blank. It's illegal for an employer to advise an employee which documentation to present. If the employee is unaware of what form to use, advise them to read the documentation or to contact USIS. Employee must complete and sign the documentation. The employer's title should be the authorized representative and not the specific employment title. Onboarding refers to a system of the organization's behavior at the time of hire focused on retention of new employees. It consists of both short-term and long-term behaviors to help integrate employees into their new work environment. Onboarding programs exist to reduce the length of time it takes for employees to become productive team members. SHRM has identified the following 4 C's to create a successful onboarding program. Compliance is the lowest level and includes teaching employees the basic legal and policy-related rules and regulations. Clarification refers to ensuring that employees understand their new jobs and all related expectations. Connection refers to the vital interpersonal relationships and information networks that new employees must establish. And culture is a broad category that includes providing employees with a sense of organizational norms, both formal and informal. Formal onboarding and orientation programs consist of 2 elements: a good introduction to the organization as a whole and job-specific orientation. Onboarding and orientation are often used interchangeably, but they are different. There's side-by-side comparison here when we look at it in terms of the role within the company. Orientation is for the company, onboarding is for the department. We look at the amount of time that's spent. Orientation is a half a day to 3 days, whereas onboarding can be anywhere from the first day to 12 months in. Orientation is usually done within the classroom or online, whereas onboarding can be more tailored. So we look at it in terms of the location, in terms of where it's executed. We have classroom or online training for orientation, whereas onboarding is actually on the job. We look at the content-wise. For orientation, it's a general overview, where onboarding is very specific. And then in terms of the goals and objectives, we have your orientation is what happens when you prepare to start work, and onboarding is part of being productive. The onboarding and orientation programs help to ensure that new employees have the support they need to be successful. HR helps to bridge the gap between the more administrative orientation activities to the more robust introduction that make up the activities for onboarding. In this video, I will identify the metrics used to assess talent acquisition effectiveness. To evaluate recruiting, businesses can see how their recruiting efforts compare with past patterns and with the recruiting performance of other businesses. Measures of recruiting effectiveness can be used to see whether sufficient numbers of targeted population groups are being attractive. Yield metrics provide an in-depth picture of the hiring process. It measures the numbers of candidates hired from a total number of applicants and determines if recruiting strategies and sources are effective. The American National Standards Institute, ANSI, and SHRM developed these hiring standards to provide HR professionals and managers with information to assist them in establishing budgets and also serving as a benchmark for recruiting effectiveness and efficiency of staffing processes. Cost per hire. The CPH metric is designed to measure the costs associated with sourcing, recruiting, and staffing activities by the employer to fill an opening position in the business. To calculate, add the total of both external and internal costs and divide by the total number of hires in a specific time period. Recruiting cost ratio, RCR. This may be useful for organizations to analyze costs not by the number of hires recruited and selected, but by the total compensation of the hires placed in the organization. The RCR formula normalizing recruiting costs based on compensation as a proxy for the relative value of the new hires to the business. The recruiting cost ratio varies from CPH only in the denominator. To calculate, add the total internal and external costs and divide by the total first-year compensation of the hires in the time period, and then multiply by 100 to get the ratio. Yield ratios help businesses decide how many candidates they need to recruit for each job opening. These ratios express the relationship between the numbers of people at one step in the recruiting process relative to the number of people who move on to the next step. To calculate the recruitment yield ratio, divide the number of hires by the number of interviews. This table shows the effectiveness of the various sources used in the recruiting process. Businesses design the metrics according to their needs and priorities. The metrics most commonly used are headcount, which allows HR to effectively manage compliance issues and properly forecast HR budgets. Recruiting efficiency, time to collect qualified applicants and process them through interviews and fulfill positions. The quality of hire looks at the value added by the new employee. New hire response time, the length of time from the authorization to hire until onboarding, can be monitored separately for different sources. Adverse impact, statistical measure of potential employer discriminatory practices. And employee retention, it looks at the percentage of new hires that are retained for any other designated period. We've definitely touched on a lot of territory in recruiting, so it's time to reflect and see if the 45 days time to fill metric is doable. We've covered the recruiter's toolkit to understanding how recruiting fits into talent acquisition, overviewing the effective use of social media, reviewing the improvements in recruiting with technology, and identifying the metrics used to measure recruiting effectiveness. Recruiting has a lot of moving parts that require attention to detail. Leveraging technology will no doubt have the greatest impact as changes are constantly in progress, but overall making huge productivity improvements. We've addressed the most viable portion of recruiting through the steps in the selection process, the tools to aid in selecting and screening applicants, assessments to evaluate candidates, different types of interviews, and the federal laws and regulations to be aware of to stay compliant. The future of recruiting is optimistic as recruiters will be called on to develop new skills, master new metrics, and adopt new tools. More visibility can lead to more strategic roles within the business. Heading into the home stretch, we addressed oral versus written offers, types of contingent assessments, assessing pre-employment activities that could delay or derail the process, highlighting the legal implications with some recruiting activities, and finally at the finish line with preparing for orientation and onboarding where we have achieved our goal. Technically, still part of the recruiting process because the candidate has not been onboarded, These functions are typically handled by human resource managers and not recruiters. It is a transition between candidate experience and employee experience and will make a significant impact on employee retention. So make the extra effort and make it a great experience, or those 45 days could be starting all over again. We'll be covering the core elements of organizational development, of creating the infrastructure and processes to influence worker behaviors and provide them with the skills to help improve organizational efficiencies. In this topic, we'll review a variety of methods which can be used to resolve organizational challenges to improve operational efficiencies. On the PHR Program Overview chart, we will be addressing Functional Area 3 and covering Learning and Development, which is worth 10% of the exam. The first course in the series is Organizational Development, which is highlighted in red. It examines the structure of businesses and its resources and determines how best to leverage them to improve overall productivity and efficiency to solve problems. This table overviews processes across learning and development and will serve as a quick reference to locate activities within the function. In the left column is organizational development. There's often a distinction between HR and organizational development, or OD. While human resources is primarily focused on executing the hire to retire functions, OD is a critical and science-based process that helps businesses build their capacity to change and achieve greater effectiveness by developing, improving, and reinforcing strategies, structures, and processes. It applies behavioral science to help improve individuals and systems function better within an organizational context. I'll define the characteristics and importance of organizational development through its definition and understanding HR's role. Organizational development, or OD, is a systematic method of examining the business's components of people, processes, technologies, and structures. Its objective is to enhance the business's effectiveness and well-being of its members through planned interventions. It identifies areas for improvement, and when compared to business strategy, it provides its members with the necessary skills to meet the current and future job demands. Organizational development helps to improve organizational effectiveness while adhering to the organizational strategic goals, culture, and values. It helps employees to maximize their potential and help them to amplify their contributions in furthering the organization's success. OD assesses what is happening within a business and then conducts interventions to create positive change and help promote the values throughout the workplace. HR's role in organizational development is transformational. It provides new opportunities for HR professionals. It helps to support transformational initiatives, work on organizational design initiatives, design and deliver OD interventions, analyze and improve overall organizational health, and better support all change initiatives across the organization. These are examples of some of the areas that OD will touch on: strategy, workforce, policy, change, communication, coaching, delivery, well-being, impact, learning, negotiation, employee relations, resourcing, and capabilities. In this video, I'll share the methods used in organizational development. Organizational development, or OD interventions, are structured programs designed to solve a problem to achieve its goal. They're required to address the issues that a business might face, ranging from people to process to technology to structural challenges. Most OD interventions involve only loosely defined sequence of activities that are adapted to each situation. They are designed to improve the way the business functions and enable managers and leaders to better manage their teams and business cultures. A business should be able to identify the kind of OD interventions required to address a wide range of issues that may stem from people, process, technology, or structural challenges. There are 3 levels of OD interventions: organizational, Interventions related to the business's strategy and policy. Group, interventions pertaining to a group or team. Individual, interventions pertaining to an individual. Once the intervention is identified, the business should plan to address the issue in an effective manner. Organizational level or large-scale OD interventions typically involve the entire business working toward the definition of the future state. These interventions start from the top levels of the business to analyze, plan, and define the intervention's outcome. Then people are involved in the solution, creating it with a shared commitment, which will support the implementation of defined actions in the long term. These interventions are quicker, build organizational confidence, and give immediate and broad-based information, promote a total organizational mindset, inspire action, and sustain commitment. Group or team level OD interventions aim at improving different aspects of a group performance, such as goal setting, development of interpersonal relations among team members, role clarification and analysis, decision making, problem solving, and communities of practice. One of the most important objectives of team building interventions relies on improving interdependencies of team members. The underlying premise is that the aggregated value of team is much greater than any individual. Individual level or interpersonal OD interventions aim at improving organizational performance by developing specific skills of individuals. Given its nature, these interventions are the most personalized of all and probably the most widely used by businesses. The most common examples are learning strategies and life transitions, mentoring, and interpersonal communications. When undertaking organizational development intervention, businesses can create an effective strategy using careful planning and consideration to develop the right approach. The OD intervention process includes these steps that lead to the desired new state. Diagnose the issue. This will require investigating to establish the root cause of the issue to determine which intervention will best resolve the underlying issue. Design the intervention. Design the approach to address the issue or intervene to proactively resolve issues and bring value to the business. Lead and manage change. OD intervention is a structured program driven from the top to the bottom, and management support is important. In addition, a focus group will garner employee support and help to explore more options. Implement the intervention. Apply any learnings from the change sessions and roll out the designed intervention. Evaluate intervention. The interventions are evaluated to assess the progress and determine if adjustments are needed or if the approach requires redesigning. These are some of the aspects of organizational development interventions and the effective mechanisms to identify and address the issues. There are 4 categories of OD interventions used to facilitate change. From left to right, strategic interventions. These interventions link the internal functioning of the business to the larger environment and transforms the business to keep the pace with the changing conditions. Technostructural interventions. These interventions deal with the business's technology and structure. They are rooted in the disciplines of engineering, sociology, psychology, and in the applied fields of socio-technical systems and organizational design. Practitioners place emphasis both on productivity and human fulfillment. Human process interventions. This is the most common type of intervention and focuses on improving human interactions. It aims at improving different aspects of group performance and development of interpersonal relations. The underlying premise is that the aggregated value of the team is much greater than the individual. Human resource management interventions. These interventions improve organizational performance by developing skills of individuals. In this video, I'll share the strategic interventions of organizational learning. Strategic interventions are used by organizations to implement actions in response to OD efforts. They align changes to the business mission, vision, and values and other business strategies. Once technology processes, structures, and people are examined and gaps identified, action plans are developed for improvement. Action plans are called interventions and may occur at all levels. Most OD interventions involve only loosely defined sequences of activities that are adapted to the situation. Each OD intervention is designed to uniquely address specific issues at hand, but ideas can be recycled and revamped. Here are examples of how 3 leading organizations leverage OD interventions and a general HR example. Walmart leveraged technology to implement artificial intelligence software to increase retail sales. John Deere enhanced process efficiencies through the implementation of lean manufacturing as part of business strategy design. IBM improved organizational work structures by redesigning work methods to increase collaborations and innovation. HR departments educate employees on stress management and reduce turnover. These white papers are noted for the full details. Learning organizations are characterized by the willingness of people to seek, share, and use new information to improve the effectiveness of the business. They're innovative environments that positively affect a business's ability to compete. Becoming a learning organization necessitates mastering the 5 building blocks on the left: systematic problem solving, experimentation, learning from experience, learning from others, and knowledge transfer. Peter Senge's book, The Fifth Discipline, focuses on group problem-solving methods to convert businesses into learning organizations using the 5 disciplines. From left to right, the 5 disciplines for creating a learning organization are shared vision. All employees in a company share the same vision of where the organization needs to go. Mental models describe the presumption and generalizations people have which influence their actions. Team learning. The team members have to be willing to shift their mental models and be open to learn from their colleagues. Personal mastery. This describes the strength of the people to be proactive and keep learning to continuously achieve results. Systems thinking. This analyzes patterns in a business by looking at it from a holistic point of view rather than small, unrelated, manageable parts. An organization is like a living organism and, according to Senge, should be managed as one. Systems thinking is the 5th discipline that binds the other 4 disciplines and should be the focus of change management. Organizational learning is a process by which the business improves itself over time through gaining experience and using that experience to create knowledge. The knowledge created is then transferred within the business through one of 3 levels. Individual. An individual learns new skills or ideas, and their productivity at work is increased as they gain experience. Group. A member shares their individual knowledge with other members of the group. The group takes action, gets feedback, and this feedback modifies their future action. Organizational. The way in which a business creates and organizes knowledge relating to their functions and culture. This happens in all business activities. The goal of organizational learning is to successfully adapt to changing environments, adjust under certain conditions, and to increase efficiency. An organizational learning culture is a collection of conventions, values, practices, and processes. To help create the right mindset, here are some aspects that can help. There's a focus on creativity. There are well-defined core competencies. The organization rewards individual and group learning. Learning is a continuous process that runs parallel to work. Quality and continuous improvement drive the organization. Members recognize the importance of organizational learning. And people have access to important information for organizational success. Knowledge management is the conscious process of defining, structuring, retaining, and sharing the knowledge of experienced employees within an organization. The goal is to enable organizational learning and to create a learning culture where the sharing of knowledge is encouraged and those who seek to learn to better themselves find it easy to do so. There are 2 main types of knowledge covered. Tacit knowledge is more intuitive, less easy to package and to share with others, such as innovative thinking and understanding body language. Explicit knowledge is information that is easily codified and taught, such as how to change the toner in a printer and mathematical equations. Over time, institutional knowledge dissipates as employees simply forget, change jobs, transfer out, take retirement, or leave the company. Here are some methods to retain and institutionalize knowledge. Expert Register collects the names and areas of expertise from employees who are able to assist others. Best practice standards, those that have been deemed to achieve a particular result and are codified for distribution. After action evaluations, sometimes referred to as post-mortem, and is a review conducted at the end of a project or other group endeavor. Communities of practice, informal means of learning what works well in environments characterized by open communication and trust. Knowledge management systems, support and collect the creation, capture, storage, and dissemination of organizational knowledge and information. In this video, I'll share the strategies used to improve work and job structures to gain efficiencies. Technostructural interventions focus on improving the organizational effectiveness and human performance by focusing on technology and structure. They address work and work processes, as well as interaction between people and their jobs. Three types are process mapping. This is the process flow analysis method for communicating processes using visual symbols. Job design. This is a process of analyzing how work is being done in organizations and then using business tools to achieve positive outcomes. These outcomes may include increased employee motivation, improved efficiencies, reduced associated risks with job tasks, and the development of worker skills. High involvement organizations. There's a high degree of employee involvement at all levels. Edward Lawler labeled them as being able to effectively manage power, information, knowledge, and rewards. Process mapping visually represents workflow to help assess critical business functions. It can be used as a training tool to demonstrate how the work gets done and by whom, provide process documentation, and to improve task efficiency. In addition, it's helpful in diagnosing bottlenecks. A business process flow diagram is the simplest and most primary representation of processes. It serves to initiate further and more complex understanding of the process. It usually does not show exceptions or problems that may occur during the process flow. Here are two different types of flows. On the left shows a simple process flow chart of testing and troubleshooting when the lamp doesn't work. On the right is a business process flow of the recruitment process. Another common type not shown is a swim lane flow chart that delineates who does which step in the process and serves to help balance workloads and to increase process efficiencies. Job design is a process of organizing work into tasks required to perform each specific job. It involves the conscious efforts to organize tasks, duties, and responsibilities into a unit of work to achieve certain objectives. It helps to reduce employee problems, improve job satisfaction, improve productivity, and improve quality. J. Richard Hackman and Greg Oldham's job characteristic model identify 5 job design factors that can improve 4 critical psychological states, including meaningful work, responsibility for outcomes, knowledge of actual results, and employee growth needs. From left to right, here are the 5 job design factors used to achieve these positive states. Skill variety, the ability of the employee to use multiple skill sets to complete a task. Task identity, the concept that the effort applied by the worker to produce a whole identifiable unit or outcome as opposed to a single part. Task significance, the inherent or perceived value of a job either internally to the co-workers or to externally to society. Autonomy, the degree of independence or discretion allowed on the job. Feedback, communication to the employee by management related to how well the employee performs his or her duties. Job design strategies are ways in which to improve work elements that will lead to motivation. Job enrichment, When an employee shows potential and is interested in growth opportunities, employers use job enrichment to assign new responsibilities or tasks that challenge the employee to use existing skills and abilities in new ways or to develop new ones as they tackle new assignments. Job enlargement. When additional tasks are added to the job without increasing the level of responsibility or new skills. This may be viewed positively by employees when it reduces job boredom by increasing the variety of tasks assigned. Job rotation. This focuses on giving employees a sense of bigger picture. Job rotation also allows employees to cross-train for jobs within other areas of the organization. This strategy allows for skill variety while increasing the task identity and potentially the significance of the work as a whole. Job crafting. In many cases, the design or redesign of jobs can be taken on by the employees themselves. It is a form of employee ownership achieved through autonomy and trust that can improve the meaning of jobs. Job loading. Built from Hackman and Oldman's job model, job loading seeks to redesign work in order to better serve employees' psychological needs for understanding and meaning, thus increasing ownership of work outcomes. Horizontal loading involves adding different tasks to a job that are equal to other tasks. Vertical loading adds decision-making responsibility to a position. High-involvement organizations are characterized by broadly defining jobs in flat hierarchies in which continuous information flows between and among self-directed work teams. In high-involvement organizations, employees are involved in designing their own work processes, are empowered to take the actions necessary to complete their work, and are accountable for the results. Edward Lawler III, founder of the Center of Organizational Effectiveness at the University of Southern California and author of numerous books on organizational effectiveness, identified 4 elements needed to create a high-involvement organization. From left to right, power. Traditional business structures are built on the command and control model in which decisions are made at the top with little or no input from lower levels in the hierarchy. HIOs grant decision-making power down to the employees assigned to carry out the decisions and hold them accountable for the results. Information. Information is power, and in traditional organizations, that often means individuals hold on to information that can be used to improve results instead of sharing it with individuals who could use it to make improvements. In an HIO, a variety of information, production stats, sales, expenses, profits, and so on, is disseminated as everyone uses it to direct their efforts towards improving results. Knowledge. Increasing the knowledge, skills, and abilities, KSAs, available in an organization enhances the ability of employees to contribute to the bottom line success. Providing training and development opportunities increases the organization's capability for making decisions and taking actions that improve operating effectiveness. Rewards. True pay for performance compensates employees according to the level of effort they expend to accomplish their goals and objectives and contribute to organizational performance. When employees know that their contributions will be recognized, they're encouraged to go above and beyond the normal job requirements. These rewards can be based on individual or team contributions. The return on investment for HIOs is significant, and they could include higher levels of reported customer satisfaction and reduced turnover and reduce employee complaints. In this video, I'll share the approaches used to improve production quality and gain efficiencies. Many business leaders define quality as being important. According to Chartered Quality Institute research, only 50% said quality was placed at the heart of their business, and only 23% claimed to be offering a very consistent level of quality. As businesses continually look for new ways to improve consistency and quality in their products and services, many underlying ideas remain similar to these approaches, which continue to flourish. From left to right, Total Quality Management, TQM, Ludwig von Bertalanffy, Systems of Theory, Bill Smith, Six Sigma, and Elio Goldratt, Theories of constraint. Total Quality Management, TQM, is a philosophy of quality and the approach that seeks to improve quality and performance which will meet or exceed customer expectations. It looks at the overall quality measures used by a business, including managing quality and design development, quality control and maintenance, quality improvement, and quality assurance. Following these steps shown, Total Quality Management focuses on satisfying the customer's needs. It finds and eliminates problems that interfere with quality. It reviews processes to eliminate waste as well as materials that either don't contribute or that are obstacles to producing the end product. It encourages pride and teamwork as all employees are involved in the process and work together to problem solve, which creates an environment that is conducive to creativity. The principles of TQM have been laid out in the ISO 9000 family of standards from the International Organization of Standards, ISO, which has been adopted by over 1 million companies in 176 countries worldwide. The standards lay down the requirements of a quality management system, but not how the standards should be met. Over the past 2 decades, there have been several leaders who have been instrumental to the quality movement. However, these 4 leaders have made significant contributions in developing the concept of quality. W. Edward Denham. His 1940s work started the quality movement with his proposal that quality is defined by the customer. Denham proposed a 14-point plan that placed the burden of quality on management because they're in control of the systems in the organizations. With American businesses slow to receive Denham's theory, the Japanese embraced it, and their quality award, the Denham Prize, was named after him in 1951. His approach led to the creation of the theory of total quality management and linked the concept of quality with efficient management. Philip B. Crosby. He laid out the 14-point program for quality improvement and added 4 absolutes. Crosby furthered the idea that quality was about conforming to a series of requirements rather than reaching a poorly defined benchmark of goodness. His absolute centered about the concept that quality should be prevented rather than detected and corrected. The standard for performance should be 0 deficits, and quality should be measured by the price of nonconformity. One of Crosby's commonly quoted phrases is, "If quality isn't ingrained in the business, it will never happen." Joseph M. Juran. Using Eastern philosophies learned in Japan, he advocated the idea that quality is related to fitness for use. Juran believed that this definition of quality fell into 2 key areas. Higher quality products had a greater number of features which fit with the requirements of the consumer and also had fewer defects. The Juran trilogy, published in the 1980s, produced 3 definitive quality management processes: quality planning, quality improvement, and quality control. Kaoru Ishikawa made significant contributions to the quality movement. He provided a collection of analytical tools to use in the workplace and developed the cause and effect diagram that bears his name. Kaoru Ishikawa is a professor of engineering at Tokyo University and a key contributor in the development of the Japanese quality strategy. He's also well known for the development of these 7 quality collection tools. From the top left and moving down, cause and effect diagram, also called the Ishikawa or fishbone diagrams. It identifies many possible causes for an effect or problem and sorts ideas into useful categories. Check sheet, a structured, prepared form for collecting and analyzing data, a generic tool that can be adapted for a wide variety of purposes. Control chart, graph used to study how a process changes over time. Moving to the top right and down, histogram, the most commonly used graph for showing frequency distributions or how often each value in a set of data occurs. Pareto chart, a bar graph that shows which factors are more significant. Scatter diagram, graph pairs of numerical data, one variable on each axis to look for a relationship. At the bottom, stratification chart, a technique that separates data gathered from a variety of sources so that patterns can be seen. A cause and effect diagram, also called the fishbone or herringbone diagrams, are commonly referred to by the namesake of its pioneer, Ishikawa. It shows the causes of a specific event and helps in organizing information during a brainstorming session. This tool is particularly useful in gathering ideas that may contribute to an outcome. It's a simple concept that enters the problem at the right of the diagram, which is the main backbone. The possible causes of the problems are drawn off the bone of the main backbone. The effects of those causes are listed off of these bones. When all the ideas have surfaced, attention is placed where there is the least amount of data. Check sheet. This is the simplest analysis tool requiring only a list of items that might be expected to occur. It is a form used to collect data in real time at the location where the data is generated. Data can be quantitative or qualitative. In an HR setting, a check sheet might be used to keep track of the reasons why people resign from their positions. When an item occurs, a simple check or tick mark is placed next to the item on the list. The data collected with a check sheet may be graphically represented in a histogram to facilitate analysis. Control chart. This tool is most effective for determining variances in a production process over time. It is a graphical representation of elements that are out of the acceptable range by setting parameters above and below the range. Although it's generally used in a production context, it could be applied to an HR context. For example, using the same upper and lower parameters, if open positions will be filled within 30 days of the date of notification and there are two other positions out of normal range, one took 25 days and the other took 35 days, both of these would be considered out of control and warrant investigation to determine what caused the variance. Histogram. It provides visual representation of numerical data by showing the number of data points that fall within a specific range of values. It is used to summarize discrete or continuous data. It can display a large amount of data and the frequency of data values. The medium and distribution of the data can be determined by the histogram. In addition, it can show any outliers or gaps in the data. Pareto chart is a representation of the 80-20 rule. 80% of the problems are caused by 20% of the causes, a principle established by Italian economist Vilfredo Pareto. It contains both bar and line graphs, where the individual values are represented in descending orders by bars. Total is represented by the line graph. It points out which areas are of concern and will provide the greatest return when corrected. The difference between a Pareto chart and a histogram is that the Pareto chart arranges the data in a descending order and includes a cumulative percentage on the right side of the chart. Scatter diagram, also known as an XY chart or scatter chart, provides a graphical representation for the relationship between two sets of numbers. The information represented is used for various forms of statistical analysis. The position of each dot on the horizontal and the vertical axes indicates values for an individual data point. Scatter plots are used to observe relationships between variables. Stratification chart. To stratify something means to sort large amounts of data into smaller groups. This aids in identifying the possible strategies for correcting problems. Systems theory was proposed by the biologist Ludwig von Bertalanffy, who is considered to be the founder and principal author of general systems theory, and this was not intended to be a business theory. The systems theory in business, or the systems approach to management, is based on the idea that everything is interrelated and interdependent. It can be applied to organizational development interventions, and it is essential to the quality movement and leads to process improvement. It is based on understanding that the relationship between the three key components featured in the diagram. Input, this is the data the system receives to produce a certain output. Process, the action involved to transform the input to the output. Output, the result from the process. The three other subcomponents shown in the diagram includes feedback, the output which is checked with the desired standards and the necessary steps are taken to achieve control. Boundary, this is the limit of the system for better concentration of the activities. And the environment, this is the outside boundary area of the system, which is known as the environment. Changes in the environment affects the workings of the system. Six Sigma is a quality philosophy introduced by American engineer Bill Smith while working at Motorola in 1986 as they were seeking more precise ways to measure process defects. Quality approach. As a disciplined approach, Six Sigma uses a data-driven approach and methodology for eliminating defects, which uses a set of techniques and tools for process improvement. Achieving Six Sigma. The Six Sigma quality standard is measured on a defects per million basis, unlike previous standards that were measured on a defects per thousand basis. By aiming for 3.4 defects, it diverges from the zero deficit model proposed by Crosby, which many sees as unattainable and in some cases demotivating. It has evolved from a simple manufacturing metric of 3.4 defects per 1 million opportunities to a methodology and management system adopted by numerous business sectors. Improvement process. Sitting at the heart of Six Sigma philosophy is DEMIAC, a model for process improvement which stands for define opportunity, measure performance, analyze opportunity, improve performance, and control performance. Alternatively, DEMIAC is to define, measure, analyze, design, and verify, which is used for the creation of new processes which fit with the Six Sigma principles. On the lower half of the screen, we'll look at certification levels. Employees who are trained and certified in the Six Sigma methodology work full-time on quality initiatives, focus on continuously reviewing and revising business processes. There are requirements for certification at each level in the structure, including a specific curriculum and requirements for demonstrating effectiveness by working on quality initiatives. In addition, candidates must pass a written test prior to certification. The team structures, moving from left to right, are as follows. Quality leader or manager. The quality leader in an organization generally reports to the CEO or president in order to remain objective. This role represents the customer's requirements and focuses on continually improving operations. Master Black Belt. The Master Black Belt generally works with a single function, such as marketing or accounting. They work closely with the process owners to implement the methodology and ensure the projects stay on track. Process owner. Process owners are individually responsible for a specific process in the organization. For example, the CHRO would be the process leader for HR initiatives. Black Belt. Black Belt employees work full-time on quality initiatives. They also coach Green Belts to improve their quality skills. Green Belts. Green Belts have received Six Sigma training and participate on project teams on a part-time basis while continuing to work in another role for the balance of their time. Other organizations who popularized the use of Six Sigma is Jack Welch, while he was at the helm of General Electric in 1995 and made Six Sigma central to his business strategy. The theory of constraint was introduced by Elliot Goldratt as a methodology for identifying the most important limiting factor that stands in the way of achieving a goal, and then systematically improving that constraint until it is no longer the limiting factor. Assuming that the goal of a system has been articulated and its measurements defined, here are the steps. Step 1, identify the system's constraint. Step 2, decide how to exploit the system's constraint. Step 3, subordinate everything else to the above decisions. Step 4, alleviate the system's constraint. Step 5, warning. If in the previous steps a constraint has been broken, go back to step 1, but do not allow inertia to cause a system's constraint. In this video, I'll describe the types of team management structures and activities that help employees understand each other's behaviors. Human process interventions include interpersonal and group process approaches such as process consultation, third-party interventions, and team building. They are often built on principles of human relations and soft skills. Human process interventions are designed to increase employee competencies. We'll cover the now row in this video and the next row in the upcoming video. The SPHR row are advanced topics that are not covered. Teams are a group of people joined together to form a common purpose. For a team to be effective, All participants need to be clear on the goals they're working towards and what expectations that are needed to be met. Teams can be divided into 4 main groups. Starting at the top of the diagram and moving to the right, self-directed teams. The group selects its own leadership, identifies its own direction, and holds itself accountable for accomplishments. Project teams. These are formed when specific projects must be completed. People with specific talent or experience are recruited into the group to contribute their knowledge and skills to resolving the problems or accomplish some other goal. There's often a team leader who can be an organizational superior or peer of other team members. They also have other types of sub-teams. Operational teams. These types of teams support other teams. They are formed to make sure that all back-office processes go smoothly. They can have their own projects and function like a project team. Virtual teams. Members are not located in the same facility and they may work in different parts of the globe. They come together via technology, such as the internet, to accomplish team assignments that could fall within the scope of other work teams. They have factors such as culture, space, and time. Teamwork implies a number of individuals striving toward a common goal. Each type of team comes with a unique set of strengths and weaknesses. This table highlights the typical advantages and disadvantages of the 4 categories of teams. Dependent on an individual's style, teamwork may or may not be appealing, but given that most work is done in some type of team formation, finding the right category of team may be all that's required. Organizationally, training employees how to work effectively in teams requires task-focused skills and process-focused skills. The advantages of working in a team could prove to be an incredible learning experience when there's readiness among the team members to share information with one another. The team members will build trust and support each other. In addition, creativity and higher speeds of task completion will be some of the organizational benefits. However, things could become chaotic when some teams are not united. The process to ramp up to a high-performing team may take additional time, and even when things are going well, the cost of increased technology may be unexpected, though providing increased value over time. Each business and team will need to make the decision if this is the right intervention to solve their business challenge. Collaboration is a joint effort of 2 or more individuals working together to accomplish a task or project. It is also used to reference, viewing, and contributing to online content over a network. 2 forms of this communication include asynchronous, not communicating and working at the same time, and synchronous, working together simultaneously and in communication at the same time. With true collaboration solutions, there's no longer a need to be in the same room at the same time to work on the same project. Collaboration enables teams to brainstorm, contribute individual ideas and perspectives, share resources, make decisions, and reach goals together from all different locations. The table display shows types of technologies available and the popular vendors who support them. Unified communications provide different types of voicemail system. Collaboration suites provide a variety of products that span all types of business purposes. The lower half of the table shows products that companies use. The most popular are groupware that provides all of your productivity software, instant messaging, and virtual conferencing. Larger companies may have file and sync sharing products, enterprise social network communities, content management, wikis, and their own blogs. Both teamwork and collaboration involve a group of people working together to complete and share a goal. Teamwork is defined goals shared by everyone. It's affected by collaboration. It rarely happens without collaboration, and it's considered a form of collaboration. Collaboration, on the other hand, may have different goals in mind. It affects and enhances teamwork. It can take place whether an individual considers themselves to be a part of a team. One of the benefits of working in teams is creative problem solving. It is a mental process of creating a solution to a problem. It seeks new solutions rather than finding the existing solutions. Here's how it works. Part 1 formulates the problem by identifying desired outcomes and what obstacles exist, gathering data for proper perspectives, and then defining a problem and establishing the target. In Part 2, it formulates a solution through brainstorming to identify potential solutions and then synthesizing and selecting the solution. In Part 3, it's about implementing the solution, creating the action plan, gaining acceptance of the plan, and addressing any concerns, and then putting that plan into action. Team building is a process of turning a group of individual contributing employees into a cohesive team. It involves participating in activities designed to enhance social interactions and to build relationships. Teams are expected to produce results, but performance is hindered when team members do not work well together. A collaborative team environment is essential for the team's success. To create a collaborative environment, teams should engage in this process. Step 1, identify everyone's strengths. Step 2, establish realistic expectations and clarify goals. Step 3, deploy collaboration tools. Step 4, encourage open-mindedness. Step 5, reward innovation. Step 6, celebrate the team's success publicly. Step 7, support a strong sense of community. Step 8, spread the delegation of tasks. In this video, I'll describe the roles in career development. Human resource management interventions aim to enhance overall organizational performance by improving the performance of individuals and groups within the business with the goal of creating a learning organization. Employees are complex beings with unique and differing needs. They focus on individual interactions in the organization. Effective human resource management programs are those that are diverse enough to meet the needs while staying aligned with business goals and objectives. In addition to traditional HR practices such as rewards and recognitions, this can be accomplished by human resource management interventions that develop succession plans through leadership development, have clearly defined career plans, develop high-potential employees, establish career paths, and in some cases, create dual career ladders. Career development is a lifelong process of managing learning, work, leisure, and transitions in order to move towards a personally determined and evolving preferred future. Two subcomponents of career development are career management and career planning. Career management is a combination of structured planning and active management for the choice of a personal career. The outcome of successful career management should include personal fulfillment, work-life balance, goal achievement, and financial security. Career planning is a subset of career management. It evaluates an employee's ability and interest and considers alternative career opportunities to establish career goals and planning practical development activities. Organizational career planning is different from individual career planning, as organizational career planning is a map of sequence of jobs for the employee within the organization itself, whereas individual career planning is a map of sequence of jobs for the individual concerned without regard to the organization. Many organizations try to improve the quality of life at work by helping employees plan their careers. Career development programs help people continue to grow and develop after they gain employment. Through career management, the business tries to improve the quality of life by providing challenges for employees to fulfill interesting work. Managers work to support by helping employees plan their careers. Career planning is a responsibility that belongs to each individual. Finding a job just doesn't happen, individuals have to make it happen. Career management involves implementing and monitoring employee career paths at the organizational level. Many businesses avoid facing the growth challenges of career management by placing the full responsibility on the employees to be the captain of their careers. The responsibilities are outlined in the column on the left. In the center column, Managers will assist with providing career coaching and candidate performance feedback to employees by identifying opportunities for development and advising employees about potential job opportunities. In the right column, the organization continues to provide the foundation and structure needed to support developmental programs and to help employees grow and develop. Career pathing is a structured, comprehensive development plan to help employees visualize their career growth within the company. It's a proven program by which successful transition of employees can occur. It helps with succession planning, employee engagement, skills attainment, and the alignment between employees and the company's objectives. Dual ladder career development programs allow mobility for employees without requiring that they be placed into a managerial hierarchy. As displayed, job titles on either path may not be equivalent to each other, but are progressive within their respective paths. Lateral movements may occur within a dual ladder program, such as team membership, internal consultative roles, membership, or rotation. Primarily, the dual ladder is mostly associated with technical, medical, engineering, and scientific occupations. This type of program is a way to advance employees who are not interested in pursuing a managerial track. Candidates will typically exhibit one or more of the following characteristics: substantial technical or professional expertise beyond the basic levels, have a licensure or required credentials, are known for innovation, they may or may not be well suited for management or leadership roles. An objective within the dual ladder development program is to increase complexity and value to the organization while enabling the business to increase employee salaries to improve employee retention and satisfaction. Individual career planning will vary for every employee and may be with one company or across many. A typical model will include these stages. Occupational preparation. This is where occupations are assessed and decided upon. The necessary education and skills are then pursued. Occupational entry. This is when a person obtains and decides on the job offers from the organization they want to work for, or they learn of internal changes within the company they work and then decide if they want to pursue that opportunity. Early career establishment and achievement. An employee learns of a new job along with organizational norms and rules for fitting into the job, company, or industry. An employee gains work experience and career skills. Mid-career. An employee evaluates his or her career objectives and may choose to shift career direction. Late career. An employee focuses on retirement planning and, again, choices associated with life considerations as to the hours they wish to work, extra effort that may cause additional mental stress. Climbing career progression ladders is not normally in the career plans at this stage, yet mentoring of employees in early career phases would be. As employees progress through these various stages, they may choose different career paths, which may require occupational preparation and re-entering later in the cycle. Organizational career planning requires the support of HR and management to link back to organizational initiatives and foster a culture of support. Employees still bear the primary responsibility for their own career. They're required to take action, to be proactive in planning career progression, and not rely on the organization to direct their career path. Knowing yourself is important to be keenly aware of your current assessed traits and skills. Explore opportunities, seek out needs for increased knowledge, skills, and experience associated with career ambitions. Get focused. Set a timeline to achieve goals and plan activities associated with that. Share your plan and ask management for support. Individual development plan, also known as career development plan. It helps to develop an employee for future opportunities. It's designed to strengthen an employee's skill. Usually, it forms the basis for a strategic partnership between the manager and the employee to achieve goals in the defined upcoming performance period for the employee's career development. Personal branding is establishing and promoting your professional reputation. It is a unique combination of skills and experiences that differentiates you from other professionals in your field. It should be consistent and make you stand out from others and act as your calling card to open doors for new opportunities. In this video, I'll describe the types of programs used for employee development. Development programs are designed to enhance professional acumen for career advancement and are matched to specific employees targeted for that program. Typically, programs from left to right include employee development, sales development, management development, leadership development, and executive leadership. Employee development programs help to improve an employee's broader skills for personal and professional growth. It can include training activities designed to upskill employees, such as literacy training, mentoring, attitude changes, and personality adjustments. These developmental opportunities help boost employee engagement and productivity. Employee development programs can take many forms. They can run the gamut from independent study to workshops to mentoring to e-learning to job enrichment. They also do not need to be expensive, so explore the rest of the options shown. Some additional ideas may include encouraging employees to join local industry groups, giving employees the opportunity to work directly with a subject matter expert, providing high-performing employees with stretch assignments and special projects, one-on-one mentoring and coaching, and employee-to-employee learning. Every employee possesses skills that give them the potential to thrive in the workplace. Workplace skills help perform daily tasks and are a combination of hard and soft skills. Hard skills are the knowledge and occupational skills acquired on and off the job. Soft skills are the character traits and interpersonal skills that describe relationships with others. Skills training is designed to provide employees with the targeted training they need to gain the knowledge and abilities necessary to fulfill the specific requirements of their jobs. Hard skills are specific unquantifiable knowledge or abilities usually necessary for success. They're demonstrated through tangible evidence, usually a degree, certificate, or work samples. Soft skills are unquantifiable attributes that cannot be proven. They must be demonstrated through work style and approach. Successful execution is subjective. In this video, I'll share a variety of methods used to motivate employees. Motivation is an internal process that drives change through behavior. In understanding how to motivate employees, 3 key concepts should be noted. A person's mental state, which causes them to engage in behavior. It is an intentional action. It is directed towards achieving some goal or satisfying a need or desire. Each person is unique because of different hereditary and environment. The essence of motivation is energized and persistent goal-directed behavior. Motivation is a huge field of study, and various psychologists have studied human behavior, have formalized their findings in the form of various motivational theories. These motivational theories provide an understanding of how people behave and what motivates them. We will look at the summary of these 7 gurus. Abraham Maslow's hierarchy of needs is a motivational theory in psychology which includes the 5 levels of human needs. Within each level are specific needs that allows for an individual to be fulfilled. The hierarchy is often depicted as a pyramid to represent the need to be fulfilled by the lower order before an individual can be moved up to the next level. Without fulfillment of the level below, a person cannot progress because they will lack the motivation to do so. Maslow's hierarchy is often applied to the workplace as a means to determine how to more effectively motivate employees. Starting at the base of the pyramid where the lowest order need is located, on the left-hand side, we have the personal attributes, and on the right-hand side, the work attributes. Maslow's hierarchy is stated in the middle. The psychological needs, these are the most basic needs. Individuals are striving to find enough food to eat or a place to live and are motivated by attaining these things. They are motivated by the actions that provide the basic necessities of life. While at work, they're looking for salary, wages, and benefits. For the safety needs, once individuals have food and shelter, they look for ways to ensure they're safe from physical harm and emotion. At work, they're looking for jobs, security, and pension. For social belonging, individuals are motivated by the desire for acceptance and belonging in their social group. Similarly, at work, colleagues and teaming or associations. For self-esteem needs, individuals are motivated by the recognition for their achievements in both home and work. For self-actualization, when individuals are confident that their basic needs have been met, they become motivated by opportunities to be creative and fulfill their own potential. They don't look outside themselves for opportunities, but depend on themselves to find action. Frederick Herzberg's two-factor theory is also known as the motivation hygiene theory, the motivation theory model, and dual structure theory. It maintains that there are two factors that an organization can adjust to influence and motivate in the workplace. These factors are the hygiene factors, which are on the left, which refers to the factors that are related to the context of job, such as salary, supervision, and company policies. These won't encourage employees to work harder, but they will cause them to become unmotivated if they are not present. Poor hygiene factors decrease job satisfaction. Motivators, which are on the right, refers to the factors that are related to the content of the job, such as recognition, achievement, and responsibility, which can encourage employees to work harder. Motivating factors increase job satisfaction. The premise of David McClelland's acquired needs theory is that experiences acquired throughout an individual's life motivate them to achieve one of three areas: achievement, affiliation, and power, with two extremes of the behavior, high and low achievers. The need for achievement. Individuals motivated by achievement take moderate risks to achieve their goals, respond to frequent feedback, and generally prefer to work as a sole contributor or with others interested in achieving at the same level. Need for affiliation. Individuals who need affiliation look for acceptance in the work group and need regular interaction with their coworkers or customers. Need for power. These individuals are looking for either personal power or institutional power. Those interested in institutional power are often effective managers who are motivated by coordinating work groups to achieve organizational goals. In McClelland's research, he concluded that the need for achievement, like other personality characteristics, is learned at an early age and largely influenced by child-rearing practices and other influences of parents. He argued that economic development and national prosperity were closely related to the need for achievement and recommended that management development programs and foreign aid programs focus on raising the need for achievement rather than on skill training or providing financial aid. Clayton Alderfer's ERG theory is formed on the basis of Maslow's hierarchy of needs, but collapses 5 levels into 3 categories. Starting at the base of the pyramid, existence. Aspirations for material and physical well-being includes Maslow's psychological and safety levels. Existent needs are considered first level and foundational to motivating behavior. As lower level needs are satisfied, they become less important. As higher level needs are satisfied, they become more important. To strive for a cultural motivation, leaders must ensure that the individual's lower level needs are met and no longer important, so that individuals have opportunities to achieve the lower level needs, such as relatedness and growth. Relatedness. Aspirations for fulfilling relationships include Maslow's social and belonging and esteem levels. Growth. Aspirations for development of capability, growth, or potential includes Maslow's esteem and self-actualizations level. Alderfer's theory allows for the possibility that people can work on multiple levels simultaneously. It also describes the concept of frustration regression, which occurs when an individual falls back to a lower level in frustration at being unable to attain the next level. The most successful organizations are those that have a culture of motivated individuals who come together to form effective teams, accomplishing strategic goals and objectives set forth by the organizational leaders. Motivational leaders set the tone for such a culture. To motivate individuals, it's important to understand their needs. Effective leaders build and shape organizations and motivate their employees' minds, spirits, and actions. Cognitive evaluation theory of motivation indicates that there are two kinds of interconnected motivators to consider. Intrinsic motivators, resulting from performance of activity including responsibility and achievement. Extrinsic motivators result from environmental factors including working conditions, pay, and performance evaluations. Intrinsic and extrinsic motivators are related to and impact each of the motivation theories described. Although there's not a single magical solution for motivating individuals, careful consideration of each of these theories and how they might be applied to build and shape a highly motivated business will most certainly result in the benefits and rewards. The results of B.F. Skinner's work on behavioral reinforcement are more commonly known as behavior modification. His basic theory is that behavior can be changed through the use of 4 intervention strategies. Positive reinforcement in the upper left-hand corner, which encourages continuation of the behavior by providing unpleasant response when the behavior occurs. Negative reinforcement in the upper right-hand corner encourages continuation of the behavior by removing an unpleasant response to a behavior. Positive punishment in the lower left-hand corner discourages future occurrence of the behavior by providing an unpleasant response when the behavior occurs. Negative punishment in the lower right-hand corner discourages future occurrence of the behavior by ceasing to reinforce it. Douglas McGregor expanded on Maslow's work to describe the behavior of managers in their relationships with their employees. McGregor identified 2 distinct management approaches, Theory X and Theory Y. Theory X managers, on the left-hand side, these are managers who have a worldwide view of employees as lazy and uninterested in the work and need to be constantly directed to complete their assignments. They believe that employees don't want to take responsibility and are interested in job security above all else. They're generally autocratic, utilizing top-down management style. Theory Y managers, on the right-hand side, believe that given the opportunity, employees will seek out challenging work and additional responsibility if the work is satisfying. These managers are more likely to invite participation in the decision-making process from their subordinates. John Stacey Adams' equity theory helps explain why pay and conditions alone do not determine motivation. It also explains why giving one person a promotion or a pay increase can have a demotivating effect on others. The basic concept is that individuals are constantly measuring what they put into their work against what they get from it. The inputs are logically what they give up or put into work. The outputs are everything they get out in return. If the perception is the trade is fair, they're motivated to continue contributing at the same level. When they perceive there is an imbalance and they're putting in more than they're getting back, they become demotivated and lose interest in their work, decreasing the productivity and quality. Fairness is based in perceived market norms. A successful business leader needs to be involved in motivating and inspiring employees to work towards the organizational vision. The basics of applying the various motivational theories can help to achieve these goals. It provides the knowledge and insights to offer positive reinforcement to motivate the workforce, design work and the work environment to build engagement, challenge and inspire teams through goal setting, provide formal extrinsic rewards to boost morale, and reward high performers through pay-for-performance systems. There are many types of organizational development interventions that are useful for OD practitioners to be aware of so that creative innovations can be applied. We address the strategic goals of organizational development, HR's role in OD and how to support processes, organizational development interventional levels, organizational for company-wide impacts, group for support team success, and individual for personal growth. Organizational development intervention categories with examples: strategic interventions to change how business learns, technostructural interventions on how work and processes are designed, human process interventions to increase group interactions, and human resource management interventions focusing on individual development. Designing effective interventions are based on the interpretations of the situation and require striking the right balance between technical and social controls that will best fit the group. Theoretically, making organizational changes are not difficult. What's challenging is the coordination and alignment of all the components. We address two key areas that help organizational development: quality approaches to align people, processes, and technologies to support the client and the business structure, and motivational methods that help businesses engage, motivate, and reward employees to be productive, creative, and satisfied. Businesses produce outcomes through its employees, and the key to quality performance is a business's ability to motivate its employees towards desired outcomes and behaviors and increased level of quality consciousness. In performance management, we'll explore HR's role in helping managers and employees be successful in meeting organizational expectations.